show up and keep listening to the Ruby openings. Let's go. Oh boy, this one's got that kind of funky 2010s feel to it. They were all very like 2000s up until this one. Amy trying to one-up Yellow plus Red by adding a little Y. Greetings, gamers. I agree with Dr. Encephalon here. Ruby does blow. However, the openings are fire. By the way, this I'm pretty sure this post was made before I went live. This post was just made it says at 4:56 p.m. I wasn't even live at 4:56 p.m. This person just apropos of nothing went to my Twitter chat and commented that, I guess. Why is this one so much quieter? Amy, that's the Kirito curse. Well, this one's got that kicking double bass drum. Oh no, I don't like this part. Gay readings, gamers. The ante just keeps getting raised. Wait a minute, this video is 1 through 8, but there's a 9th one. We gotta hit number 1. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, this one's got a completely different vibe from all the other ones. Oh, there we go. That's more Ruby-like. Way more bass. Oh shit. Gent. What's with the mice? Sarah, when did there become an animal society in Ruby? It seems like there must be a pretty stark visual upgrade in season 9, because that looked way better than the other ones. And also the song was pretty good. Oh, I guess this was just a year ago. Did this show just end? I thought it was like a while over. Well, I've run out of Ruby openings. Hello, everybody. I'm going to make and rank some charts. Sarah Louise posted this chart, said, I got yellow, had too many, so I did a 4x4. Reply for a color. I replied and said color, and Sarah said blue. So now I got to make a blue chart. And I open up the chart maker. Oh, I've got a video game favorites chart in here. I forgot about this. Okay. Custom. No, that's not what I want. How do I change the air? There we go. Okay. Now I know right off the bat, I already put a few blue albums on my own recent top 49 albums chart. So I'm just going to go get that and then copy a bunch of those over. Wait, I should go to my profile, media, probably. Here we go. Nope, this is the Post-Prog Essentials chart. Also a cool chart. There is some blue on here, but nothing I want on my blue chart. Here we go. Okay, yeah. There's some truly blue albums here. In fact, quite a number of them. If I just took all the blue albums from this, I would be able to do a 3x3, I think. But yeah, obviously we got to have Lula Divinia in the same exact spot, just to be extra unoriginal. Although I guess I used a different version of it because it's, yeah, okay. I didn't use the more HD modern remaster version this time. Hate by Delgados. Good Kid, Mad City. Oh, we don't need the titles because this is more of an aesthetic thing. I don't know if Good Kid, Mad City belongs because it's got so much white border. I don't know if it's quite blue enough, but we'll see. We'll see how we feel about it as we go. I feel like if I surround it, maybe if I surround it with stuff that kind of feels like it's coming, like the white is channeling into those, because I'm looking at Flood. Oops. And thinking like, oh, weird, it's in different directions on different uploads, whatever. Like that, you know, that creates a nice kind of like it's bleeding into it. Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me. If I could find one that bleeds to the right, then it'll be perfect. Hop Along, Painted Shut's got to be in there. Bus Driver's Perfect Hair.
Hey, this Rob.
Oh, geez. Okay, I guess that stopped. I was like, no, whoever you are, don't dox yourself. All right, we need Is Survived By. And then, damn it, I just saw it. Oh yeah, Mean Everything to Nothing will be the bleed. The white bleed from, yeah, it literally goes to the right, so it's perfect. And then this kind of bleeds into this too. Yeah, it's as good as it's going to get. I think it's possible I could find a way to move some stuff around at the top too to make it even better, but we'll see what we get as we go. Congratulations has a lot of blue, but a little too much purple. Blue Sky Noise, while having blue in the name, has too much green. Disturbs the Sickness is very blue. It does have this kind of big orange block in the bottom corner, which makes me want to put it. It's also funny that I even put that in my top 49, but I can't convince myself to take it out. So we'll put that down here. So it'll add this splash of orange. Oh, and then you got that up there. So it's like a contrast across it. You actually got a little orange up here too in the corner. So we can create like a four corners of orange thing going on if we're lucky. I don't know if I want to put Yorubel to anything. It's got a lot of black, possibly more black than blue. I want more pure blue. Okay, so I think we've got everything we're going to take from this. And then let me think about some incredibly blue albums that I like. Let me go find some blue shit. I've been spending a lot of my day making playlists because I was kind of bored and didn't really know what to do until time to live stream. So I've been working on this big playlist called Mama New School about all the ladies, all the mamas, I should say, that I think are defining the current trends of music. Okay, so our options with Rico Nasty. Nightmare Vacation has a ton of blue and then this big swank red bed. That could be an interesting choice for the bottom right. But I also really like this one. Yeah, I think I like that for this purpose. I don't remember the name of that album. All right, okay, I found some more stuff. Magdalena Bay. Yeah, it's like a porthole. Ooh, that could be the bottom orange. Yeah, a lot of orange in that. Could use that Rina Sawayama album, but I haven't really listened to it a whole lot. Chelsea Wolfe has some blue ass albums. Yeah, this new album of hers is very blue. I haven't really listened to this shit that much though. And what I heard of it, I wasn't completely in love with. So I don't know if I want that on there. Let's see what else. What else? Oh yeah, Underscores. Their album, the first release of it. Very blue. Big blue horseshoe. Maybe we'll put that one up. Well, no, because I want the orange corner up there. Shit. Where should this go? Maybe I'll create a bleed from it down into something else down here, and that'll look good. These ones are all like very square, you know. This one, maybe this should go over here. These all have people in them. Maybe Delgado should go over here for the same reason, but I like the bleed across. We'll see. We'll figure out the order exactly. Oh, this Cakes to Kill It album. Technically, this has the same problem. Oh no, that didn't come up. As the MSI cover, where a lot of it's black and not blue. Yeah, that's too. It's not blue enough. Not blue enough for my blue. All blue. Let's see. Fall Children by AFI has a very blue cover, but it's got this loud yellow text on it that kind of offsets how blue it comes off. There's that one 311 album. It's like a mostly just blue and the words 311. Oh, right, of course. Anamanaguchi, Endless Fantasy. Absolutely necessary for a blue, for a bunch of blue. Maybe. No. Let's see here. I like keeping the people theme on this side. Maybe. I also like keeping the orange corners theme. Damn, it's hard for me to figure out exactly how I want this to look, arrangement wise. Okay. The Smiths. They have a very blue album. Let's check out that one. Yeah, this one. Maybe he could go. Okay. What else we got here? Am I doing album 4x4s? No, I'm specifically making a blue chart. Awaken My Love? That's pretty blue. Oh, yeah, that's very blue. Yeah, that could definitely go on. Okay. So we only need one more. I'm sure I could find more than one more, but I'm not going to try to do this all night. I just want a quick blue chart, all right? Then we can move on. People can request charts or something, or request me to rate their chart. If I liked more than just the song Twilight from the ELO album it comes from, I'd put that on here. Oh, we could do Frontier, rather the Avalanches, Since I Left You. This is pretty blue. Yeah. There's like another version that's got a big orange splash on it. I don't know what the difference is. Okay, so I want to reorganize this now. We've got a few like ocean albums. So I'd like to keep the ocean stuff together. Maybe we'll just tuck this in the corner. Put this here. Put this here. And then try to make this more like in just pure ocean. Although I guess this isn't really the ocean, but whatever. Maybe it makes more sense like this. Let's see. How do I... Maybe we can put all the people in the middle. Except for the ones that are part of the corner arrangement. This is pretty aesthetically satisfying. This would look better next to this. I don't know where to put that though. Okay, let's see. I want this here. I'm gonna have to do these in order to make them to make them stay where I want them, I think. Okay, so we'll go Hop Along second, then Mean Everything to Nothing, then Good Kid, Mad City. That makes sense. Then we want... I feel like something has disappeared entirely. I don't know how that happened. I guess it was Disturbed. The Sickness just got ripped off of the thing entirely somehow. Okay, whatever. What's going to sit best underneath? That looks good. That looks good. This should probably be this. Then this. That looks kind of neat. It's weird. Feels weird in a good way. Maybe that should go there. As much as I like the idea of keeping the ocean stuff together, it doesn't seem as logical necessarily. Oh, I also wanted to keep... Well, okay, let's try this. And then that's kind of like keeping ocean stuff together in a way. And then we can bring back The Sickness. This is the only thing that feels strange to me now. Feels out of place. Maybe... what happened to... God damn it. What did I lose? Fuck. I lost. Hate? Yeah. Okay. There we go. That looks good. I'm satisfied now. All right. That's my blue chart. Blue albums. So we've got Shiner's Lula Divinia, Hopalong's Painted Shut, Manchester Orchestra's Mean Everything to Nothing, Kendrick Lamar's Good Kid, Mad City, Childish Gambino's Awaken My Love, Bus Driver's Perfect Hair, The Smiths' Hatful of Hollow, Boris's Flood, Anna Monoguchi's Endless Fantasy, Rico Nasty's, I literally can't remember the name of this fucking album, Avalanche Since I Left You, Underscores, Wall Socket, Disturbs, The Sickness, Touche Amores Is Survived By, The Delgados Hate, and Magdalena Bay's Mini Mix Volume 3. That is my complete Blue Albums chart. And now for an example of me rating someone else's chart. So we've got the original one that Sarah posted it for Yellow. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't heard a lot of these albums. A lot of them are very old. I've heard this one a couple times. It's too depressing. I don't like it. I don't think I know this album. I've heard Devo. Their songs are too repetitive for me. I don't know Magical Mystery Tour. I think it's like I thought it was like a Beatles album, but I'm doubting myself. Full Force Galesburg. I don't know this. I know this has some really great songs on it. I don't know if I've ever heard the album all the way through. I don't recognize this at all. The B-52s, this has some really good songs on it. This is one of the albums that Bird grew up with, so he really loves this one. At the Drive-In, Relationship of Command, this is one of my favorite albums, so I appreciate its presence, although I like Via even more, which also has an orange cover. You went a lot of orange here, I'm noticing also. Bad Brains, don't know this one. Sublime 40 Ounces of Freedom, pretty solid. Got some good songs on it. This De La Soul album, I've listened to it, I think, once, and I haven't really parsed it yet. Haven't listened to this Future of the Left album. I don't recognize this album. I don't know this Flaming Lips album, and I don't know this Mountain Goats album. So there you go. I know like 2 or 3 of the albums on your chart. But I'll go ahead and respond with my blue. Dopeness. And now you got this nice color contrast of the blue and yellow. Cool shit. Okay. It's not Beatles, it's My Little Pony. Incredible. Is it truly? Then I'd have to listen to it, obviously. No Weezer, no Weezer. Blue Album's okay. I don't like it that much, though. The only Weezer album I have ever really enjoyed listening to in full is Pinkerton, and it's because it is so pathetic that it's like endearing. You know, it's like so ridiculously raw and honest. It's too much. It's like a autistically forthcoming with with emotions. I might like Bad Brains, probably. I like ADHD Punk. That sounds like my speed. Magical Mystic Cure is the name of the F Yeah Alicorns episode. That's right. I remember. Emotions. I remember. Anybody know that reference? The Human Equation by Arion. Some nerdy shit. Let's see. This says it's upcoming for me for some reason. That's not true. Arion. Provably untrue. Well, all right. Anybody want me to rank a chart or make a chart? Anybody got a request for a chart? Pyramidinu says that's a very good description of Pinkerton. Hey, glad to see you. You should all subscribe I know Pyramidino is responding on Twitter, but subscribe to her YouTube channel because it's very good, talking about mechs and shit and trashy. I showed some of one of your videos actually on here. I showed some of the latest one about problematic queer media on one of my streams because I like it. Trixie, do AndyTuber chart. We all said ideas for entries in chat. Oh, you did? You did? You wait. When? When did this happen? When did you organize such an event? Or are you saying that you should do that? Let me go look. Okay, here we go. If I make an actual AndyTuber tier list, only with channels you actually know, would you do it? Like you'll make the tier list for me while I list the channels? Is that what you're saying? I would definitely do it. Let's see. I see you talking about stuff. Trixie, is this tier list or is this different? Because if I'm in an actual AndyTuber tier list, I mean, I guess tier lists count as charts. They're pretty much the same thing. I don't mind doing some tier lists. Tier listing anime YouTubers sounds a little cruel. I don't know that I would be able to like come up with like I'd rather just recommend everybody on an equal plane. Just, you know, be like, hey, you should watch all of these people, because putting somebody in like the C tier is like tacitly not recommending them, you know? And I don't watch anything that I wouldn't recommend. So I won't be able to like tell you anything about a channel if I haven't watched them, you know? But the easiest way I think we could do that, something like that, would be if I just went through my subscriptions, was like, okay, here's all the anime channels I subscribe to. Keep in mind, I subscribe to all kinds of shit because I try to keep track of all kinds of shit happening on the internet. So I've got all kinds of subs of like problematic channels that I don't agree with. I'm just trolling them. It's just people that I've got in my troll pocket, you know. So, but it's also a lot more than anime analysis in here. Acer Aesthetics is gaming analysis. That's very good. Aestheti is just design history analysis. That's very good. Esports analysis. That's very good. This person's on a mission to watch every movie, apparently. A lot of these people are animators and stuff. Amelie Dore does videos on visual novels. This channel has been dead for a long time, but was good. Same with this one. It Dude's a game analysis channel. We haven't made it through the letter A yet of my list of subscriptions. Animation is an animation analysis channel. Archipel is again create documentaries about Japanese artists and creators. This is the channel that, if you've ever seen the interview with the creator of Stop Hibari-kun, that interview comes from this channel, as well as the interview with Shinichiro Kobayashi, the legendary background animator. So basically, they've gotten all of the best interviews with Japanese creators that exist out there. The most obscure, awesome ones. I don't even remember Art Chad videos about art philosophy and Gen Z culture as an attempt to find common ground before the world ends. Sure. I don't remember their videos. ASE Presents, this is movie reviews for the most part. ASE Presents Music, where I was posting music reviews for a time. Aura Luna anime and precure analysis. Let's see. B Mask is a really good cartoon / really just anything that they take a personal interest in. All their videos are really good, though. They always make me interested in stuff I wouldn't have been. Mascot platformers, that's a big part. Fish people. Every frame of painting is back for real? I haven't heard about this or seen this. I'll look into that. Bacaraptor, anime reviews, funny, short form. Barry Kramer did some game analysis videos, you know, best guy ever, anime analysis, games sometimes. Better Than Food, the only book reviewer I really know of and follow on YouTube. I don't remember who this is. Big Joel, big time communist YouTuber. Yeah, I mean, the reason I haven't done this is that this, even just giving as little description as I am, this, I didn't even realize like the sheer number of channels I'm subscribed to, but there's a lot of good analysis channels out there on the good old YouTubes. Yeah, this would be such an endeavor. Holy fucking shit. Why am I subscribed to so many channels? When did this happen? It didn't used to be this way. I used to be careful about what I subscribed to. I didn't used to just en masse subscribe to everything. What the fuck is Rising? I don't remember this channel. No offense to this person, but I don't remember subscribing here. Why Sword of the Stranger is an underrated masterpiece? I don't even agree with that. How Blue... Oh, yes. I subscribed because of this video. How Blue Lock teaches you about the ego you lack. This was I'd never seen or heard of this show really until watching this video. So I was like, okay, now I know what Blue Lock is about. Cool. You know, Zoe B, a writer who talks about writing structure and stuff. I put a sample of her in a song of mine once. Zen Huxtable, good friend who does like a lot of music analysis. Although I think this channel is not active anymore. It's only the Flip channel that's active now, right? Something like that. Yeah, Flip. We'll get Flip Down Yonder or something like that. It's the name of the channel. YMS. Yara Zaid. I like her videos a lot. Cultural analysis. Lots of stuff. Lots of like girl media analysis type stuff. Very cool aesthetic with the thumbnails. We could go on literally all day. Are you actually going to check any of these out? If I only give this much description? You're right, Amy Talks Annie. I did not see you in there. What do you got on your channel? Let's see. Wonder Eggs sensitive writing. Sounds gay.
Wonder Egg Priority's first episode is one of the most intimate experiences I have seen in anime, and one that impressed me since the first time
Intimate.
watching it. I think
Ooh.
you have watched the episode 4 times by now.
Okay. I'm subscribed now. Go watch that to learn about Wonder Egg Priority. Hello, Snake 521254, 521254, 521254. I actually spell my name as Beatrice, though. Like Beatrice. Like Princess Beatrice, I guess, of the British royal family, which is who comes up if you type Beatrice. Beatrice. Or Trixie Stork, as I go by on the internet. Does this bring up anything? No, not at all. Not one thing. What an SEO friendly name I've got. In fact, it brings up my Twitter and specifically the Free Riley Fund. Hey everybody, freeriley.fund. 6,000 raised of a $15,000 goal. That's not half. That's disconcerting. Got to get more money in there. And we got to get more money into this stream. I haven't gotten one gosh dang super chat since this stream started. We got to break the seal on the super chats. Somebody's got to take the plunge. Somebody's got to be first. Somebody's got to say, you know what? I'm going to bankroll this live stream. I'm going to make sure that Beatrice understands she ain't doing it for free. I ain't taking it for granted. I'm not just expecting live streams to happen every single day, even if nobody gives any money to it. I understand. It's a community effort. You were thinking of Beatrix Potter? No, I'm very anti-Harry Potter here. Wait, who the fuck is Beatrix Potter? Is that like Harry Potter's mom or something? Or is this a real person? I just assumed this was a Harry Potter character based on the name. No, this is a real human. Okay, cool. Who is she? I don't know this person. The Tale of Peter Rabbit. I've heard of that. the age of 14, she began to keep a diary, written in simple substitution cipher of her own devising. Neat. By encoded messages to yourself. This is a fucking massive Wikipedia article. Jesus Christ. I guess Tale of Peter Rabbit is pretty popular. Look at that cute little rabbit. Yeah, I've never read any of these, obviously. Titlemouse. Titlemouse? Well, whatever. She wrote some cute animal books in the early 1900s, it looks like. She sold 250 million books? That's a lot of fucking books. God damn. I'd like to sell 250 million books. That would be awesome. Could you imagine selling 250 million books? Shit. I can't. I cannot imagine myself creating something that sells 250 million books. Not without like getting, I don't know, struck by lightning or tased really hard. Like something has to supercharge the electrons in my brain to change the way I think, to be like, I'm going to make a lot of money today, and then sit down and write a book that's going to sell 250 million copies. I've been thinking a lot about that Tyler, the Creator quote that he was quoting Pharrell, who was quoting somebody else who asked him if he liked house music. And he was like, yeah, it's got a nice tempo. And he was like, no, I'm talking about music that buys you a house. And then Pharrell was like, oh, damn. And then Tyler was like, oh, damn. And then I was like, oh, damn. Can you think like you want to write a house book? A book that'll buy you a house? I would like to, but I think I need to get bumped on the head. Like I feel like a cluster, like a migraine right here forming in this part of my head right now. And I feel like if I could maybe take a drill and just right into that spot and just clear that up and let it all drain out, I could then write a book that sold 250 million copies. I don't know why, but doing that just now, doing that thing to my head, it helps to soothe the burgeoning migraine a little bit, just a little bit. All right, I should be more careful about being on Twitter, because I know that there's always pornography on my Twitter, and I scroll it anyways. I said I was making charts this stream. Nobody's giving me any good chart ideas, though. I need some ideas for charts. Y'all got any chart ideas besides the one that I guess Lucario fan's already working on? The anti-tuber anti-tier list, I guess. I can't get the fucking first Ruby opening out of my head. I know I'm fucking up the melody too. I just keep like in my head it's crossed with some other song that sounds similar. Oh, the Watamote opening. I already went over this on a different stream. My brain's caught in a loop. I've been live streaming so much that my brain is just playing back previous live streams to me now. Chart. Oh, a chart, sometimes known as a graph, is a graph. What's a chart? It's a graph. What do you mean by chart? Oh no, create a chart. Chart it out. What should I chart? I guess I should probably chart Q-em-ups. I want to become an expert in Q-em-ups. How would I chart that? Centipede's anime stuff. We were just using topsters.org. In fact, we just created this entire tops chart out of it. This blue albums chart. We were just doing that earlier. For like half an hour. But I don't have another chart idea. I don't know what anybody wants a chart 4. What are we looking for charts about? And it could be different types of charts. I mean, it could also just be a graph, I guess, because a chart is apparently just a graph, not even distinct in any way, not like a type of a graph. A chart is just a graph. So I don't know why we have both words. I don't know what the point is. A chart is literally a graph. So we can just call these graphs, right? I made a food 3x3 on Twitter forever ago. Do I have an idea of what would be in a current one? It would be like really specific. It's like Bird's Burger. This one burger I had at like a food truck in Bend, Oregon. Fucking Hattie B's chicken, Nashville hot chicken. I don't know where the best duck I've ever had is, but I really like duck, like Peking duck. So stuff like that, I guess. I couldn't off the top of my head. I would have to like go back through my bank receipts and like try to remember everywhere I've eaten at. GameCube games. Ooh. Hattie B's is indeed fire. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Course Guy. This was the best, like the best fast food experience I've maybe ever had. Like we were just passing through Nashville. We're like, we got to get us some hot chicken. We've passed through Nashville over and over. We haven't been to hot chicken. And it was like perfect proportion for price. They had every kind of spice level you could want, including way too spicy, which of course is what Bird went with. The sides were like the best version of each thing I'd ever had. I was like, what the fuck? How can these sides be so good at a fast food place? They had like an outdoor seating area. They were playing like a whole Jay-Z album or something when we were there. And they had individualized gender neutral bathrooms. So that was the amp going from 10 to 11 for me. That was the like, oh, we've gone beyond. All right, Ganobalism. Rate my 8x8 chart. Just replied to your blue chart. Perfect. This is what I was hoping for. This is what I was hoping to get into. Although I did say in the description that it cost $5, and this is Australian $3. But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it because you're first. This is an 8x8 chart. Okay. I see a lot of albums I listen to in here. I have a strong suspicion that you've been listening to albums I like for a few years. Maybe like a decade, in fact. Because Death Consciousness, Francis the Mute, Worry, Delouse in the Comatorium, Mean Everything to Nothing, Sumane, Congratulations, Buiki Kaisu, The Buddy Store, just naming the ones that have been on my own favorites lists before, Bedlam and Goliath, Amputecture, In the Court of the Crimson King, Hack. Actually, I think I'm the only human who's ever talked about this. Wait, no, that's never mind. I'm thinking of the new introductory lectures on the system of transcendental Kabbalah. Hack is a liturgy album. Whatever. It's been on my favorites too. Flood, Black Midi. I don't remember this album's title. My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Ex-Military, Since I Left You, The Powers That Be. The Twilight album, the album that has Twilight on it that I mentioned earlier, that I don't necessarily like the album, but really like the song Twilight. Oracular, Spectacular, Panopticon, or is that no Oceanic? I mean, Time and Place, Mina Shine, fucking Fragile, Hokey Fright, and Relationship of Command. All of those are albums that have also been on my favorites list. So obviously I endorsed them all completely. Now, for some other albums I also like, there's another ISIS. I think this is Mosquito Control by ISIS. I know this Daughters album. It's pretty good. It's a little too spooky for me. A lot of the stuff that you have on here that I don't like is just too spooky for me to listen to on like a normal Kona Grill doesn't have the flatbread anymore. That's a crime. Yeah, like Black Country New Road, I've never been able to get into this album. Car Seat Headrest, I haven't been able to get into. I don't know this one. The Airplane in a Bag. Oh, it's another Black Country New Road album. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that one. Sunbather is all right. I don't know this Purple Mountains thing. Never heard Purple Mountains before. I like this King Gizzard album. The Seer is too spooky for me. Carico Benito is a pretty good album. I'm not a fan of LCD Sound System. I've never quite understood what everyone else gets out of this that I don't. Infest the Rat's Nest is pretty good. I don't know this one. Lingua Ignota is too scary for me. What is this? I recognize this title style, but I can't remember what this is. Chat Pile God's Country. Okay, I think I heard this once. Giles Corey, I don't think I've listened to. The Glow Part 2 is not necessarily spooky, but it is very like, you know, like stuff like the Microphones and Swans is like, I really got to sit down and like just get into this album, and that's all I'm going to be doing today. You know, I don't really do a lot of that. I also don't really like Billie Eilish very much. Don't know why. Never connected with her music. This album's pretty okay. This album's pretty good. Not my favorite Jeff Rosenstock, but I haven't probably spent enough time with it to really, truly sort out my feelings. I do like On Avery Island compared to the other one. I don't know this at all. They Might Be Giants. Yeah, I don't know. I've never listened to them. Go Farther in Lightness. I don't know that one either. Or this one with like the guy who's made of guys. Kaijo Haino. I've heard of him. Keiji Haino, I mean. I have heard of him. Might have listened to some of his music. Polygon Wonderland is cool. I don't know this one either. The Angelic Process. Weighing Souls with Sand. That sounds fucking heavy. But anyway, overall, yeah, good stuff. Obviously, I like most of this and have heard most of what I don't like and think it's okay, you know. So, yeah, good chart, solid chart. Should I give it like a letter grade or something? Like a A. It's an A. You get an A. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that flatbread. I was arguing with Victor about this because he was telling me that flatbread was never that good. Like we tried it at one time and he was, I guess, really unimpressed. And what was the magic of it to me was that on Mondays it's half off. So it's like it's an expensive restaurant that if you go on Monday, or maybe it was Friday, whatever day of the convention, I would always go and get this flatbread. They typically had it for $7 instead of $14. And for $7, it was a shockingly good flatbread. You know, for $14, it was shocking that it didn't feel like a ripoff, you know. But you know, according to their website, the barbecue chicken flatbread is still available. I mean, according to their website, their company is still available, but they've been closed in so many locations. I haven't been to one in a very long time either, so I can't even really compare it to like stuff I've eaten since then. That at this point I've eaten so much good food. There's no longer like a clear winner anymore. You know, like oh, this was the best thing I've tried. Like it was back. Whoa, okay. Again, why do I keep coming on Twitter when I know there's hardcore pornography on my Twitter? I really need to stay off Twitter when I'm live streaming my screen. It's not allowed. It's not legal. We can't do these things. Can't go there. Do I like My Bloody Valentine? I think they're pretty good. I like MBV the most out of their albums. I listened to it a lot around when it came out when I was going to bed, but not so much anymore. Okay, let's see if we can find some articles about Cute-em-ups. Cosmic Blue at $2 says, how much for a 4x4 of characters you connect with? Like how much for me to make one? $5, I guess. Yeah, seems fair. No, Gnobalism with Australian $8. Thanks for the rating. Scary music, scary. Yes, indeed. I mean, I know a lot of people who love Lingua Ignota, and like I get it. Like I listen to it, and I'm like, wow, okay, yeah, this is harrowing. Like, yeah, this really makes me think that you've been through some shit. Like this makes me feel like I am going through the shit that you went through, and I don't like it. And I hope I never go through anything as bad as what you've gone through that you're singing about here. Like that's the feelings that fills me with. It's like, man, feeling good about my life right now. That it doesn't come out of me sounding like this. you know. Um, I don't know if that's what you're supposed to feel listening to that, but you know. Okay, so what is this? What is this game here I'm looking at? Doki Doki Poyaccio. Is this a shmup or what? It's got a witch girl on the cover, which makes me think shmup. But it doesn't look like that. A slow life RPG focusing on idyllic rural life and character interaction similar to Harvest Moon. So it's not a cute 'em up. Why did this come up in my search for cute 'em up? This is going to make it harder than I expected. Okay, let me try putting it in quotation marks. Maybe that'll help. Nope, it still came up. Well, maybe that phrase was in there and I just didn't notice it somewhere. Should I consider Kiki Kai Kai as a cute 'em up? I think so, probably. This series feels pretty integral to the genre, so I'm going to say this goes on the list. What year did the first one come out? I thought this would be just somewhere on the side of the page or something. Kiki Kai Kai. What year? Where does it say the year? 86. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Oh, hey, Jeremy the Quartering. His face is so dick watering. I'm just taking note of this for later. Okay. Now I'm going to go make that chart. Cosmic Blue says to make a 5x5 of anime characters I connect with or who remind me of myself. All right. So I don't think Topsters has anime characters on it, right? I'm going to have to do this just like, yeah, I think I'm just going to have to find my own characters and make my own little Photoshop of this. So we're 4x4, so that means we need 16 characters that I see myself in, or that remind me of myself in like a powerful sense. So let's go over to Mal. We don't even want completed. We want everything, but we will sort it by score. Okay. Let's see. Let's try to find an anime. Mamimi. Mamimi is gonna be the first one. Samejima Mamimi. Okay, we'll just take this picture, I guess. Cool. All right, we've got Mamimi's number one. Let's go. I want to be like Motoko Kusanagi, but I would not say that she reminds me of myself. She's on my anime role models list, my list of my life to be more like Motoko. Landon saying Kodocha girl. No, same there. Sana Karada may be a child, but she is an admirable person. That's what I like about her, is that she's like, oh, I want to be more like her because she's cool and makes empathetic decisions. Let's see here. What anime have characters that I relate to a whole bunch? I see myself in some characters sometimes, and I say, that's like me. Maybe Log Horizon, but I can't think of any that would be in the 16 that I'd choose for this. So I'll skip it. Diesel. Yeah, let's go ahead and put Diesel in there. I feel like if I didn't already relate to her in the first place, I have successfully lived my life to be more like Diesel. Um, in the way that Motoko is still like a goal, Diesel is already achieved. I've already become this character through effort. So yeah, she goes on the list. Okay. Do I feel like Lane? Maybe a little bit, but not enough to put her on the list. Do I feel like Mima from Perfect Blue? I definitely relate to her situation, but I don't think I relate to her personality necessarily or her reaction to that situation. So I'm not going to put her on the list. Anthe. Anthe is definitely going on my list of characters I project myself onto. Absolutely my favorite Literally Me character, maybe. Possibly my outright favorite Literally Me character. We'll find out. We'll see if anything competes as we go through here. I'm gonna go ahead and say Shiki from Kara no Kyokai. I feel like this is the character I probably actually act the most like. But except if she had like a goofy internet persona also. We'll have her with the knife because she's looking cool and shit. Okay. Hibari-kun. This is another one where I would say admirable character, kind of like the girl from Kodocha, but a little bit less like untouchably good. She's a little bit more of a devious scoundrel, a little bit more of a troll. Hibari is, which I appreciate. And obviously she's trans. Shiki's kind of like gender fluid or non-binary also, I should note. I feel like I connect with Senjo Gahara, but I don't know if it's enough to put her on this list. I can't think of anyone else in Monogatari. I mean, Shinobu, but that's more of like a meme. Let's see. I do kind of, I definitely relate to the main girl from Humanity Has Declined, but I don't think my personality is close enough to hers to put her on the list. Amy Worrell gives me strong vibes of this girl. Amy, you give me Watashi vibes. This seems like the type of person you are to me. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's the vibe you put off. I don't know if you like that or not. Probably do though, I assume. Sushi from Little Witch Academia, but I don't know if I would say I relate to her that strongly. She's just cool. Wanna be like Sushi. I'm tempted to say that I'm gonna go ahead and say at my laziest, like the deep down, I think the voice deep in my soul compelling me to act or not to act relates to this character, Chitose from Girlish Number. She's like my fail girl archetype show. You had her as your profile picture for a while, Amy. That's hilarious. Sounds like I was on the money. Oh yeah, Kobayashi. Yeah, I would say that Kobayashi has a personality that I relate to pretty strongly. Let's get her with the glasses smile. Cute. Okay. I don't know how many we've got right now, but I'm sure it's not 16 yet. In the time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. I don't know the words, but I got a lot of chunky with the plastic eyeballs. Something about pantyhose. Kill the headlights and put it in neutral. Boku no Pico. I'm just like Pico from Boku. No, we're not doing that. I definitely feel like Manabi Straight had a lot of impact on my personality in that I think when I watched this show, I felt like more of a Mika, but much like Mika, I wanted to be like Manabi. And over the years, I have become more and more and more like Manabi. So I'm going to go ahead and say that at this point, I do feel like a Manabi type. I no longer feel like I relate to the main girl in that. Now, Zetsubo Sensei is a complicated one because I relate to every girl in this show. If we were just going to fill out the rest of this chart, Kafka might be at the top of the list, though. She might be the one I relate to the most. The girl who constantly lets herself get eaten by tigers, Abiru Kobushi is up there, but I don't feel like I'm quite that twisted. Kiri Komori is definitely more like what I was like as a teenager, but I've come out of my shell since then. Matoi, this is strong choice. I feel like this is how I handle my relationships. I feel like the way she follows around Sensei and does whatever he does is pretty much how I am with Bird. So do I feel more like a Matoi or a Kafka? But I feel like the way I view the world and the way I talk to people is the most like Kafka. Just like confounding people with my ability to always find a spin on things that makes it work for me. And my positive worldview. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say Kafka might be the top of the list of the Zetsubo girls, although all of them. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 9 out of 16, so we still need 7 more to fill out my list. I could put 3 other Zetsubo girls on there, at least one other. I could put Matoi on there, but I don't know. Landon, I don't think I'm that much like Victorique necessarily. Do you think my personality is that similar to hers? I guess it kind of is. I could put her on the list. We'll see. We'll see if we have space. Okay. Ice City, Redline. Okay, what else has characters that I relate to in it or project onto at the very least? Ooh, I forgot about fucking lesbian girl here. Kanbaru. I don't think I relate to her strongly enough. She's another one that's more like I would want to be friends with her. Kanbaru is like if I could imagine myself a perfect best friend, Kanbaru would be my perfect best friend. My mom is the ghosted girl. You mean Victorique? Or what are you talking about, Landon? You just called her the ghosted girl, which is confusing because I know you know who she is. Because you just said it. That one, Lucario, you finished the tier list? All right, I'll get to that after I finish this chart. Okay. Who else? Who else do I relate to in anime? Aqua from Konosuba? No, I don't feel like I'm that much of an idiot. One can dream of being so vapid. I do kind of relate to that little pissed off girl from Vivid Strike. But I never beat up a bunch of people, so I guess I can't really say that I'm that much like her. Aggressive Retsuko? Nah, I'd never put up with the shit she puts up with. do 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 do. Maybe I will end up putting Victorique on here as I scroll through and realize that like the further I get from shows I really really like, the fewer characters there are that I really really relate to in them. I wonder if there's any correlation. Okay. I'm like hoping I'm just gonna pass by something that I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, relating to that. I mean, I guess fucking Kuroki Tomoko. I mean, at the risk of admitting that I'm a piece of shit, I have to put the champion of all fail girls on there. Do I relate to anybody from Durarara that strongly? Not really. The characters are all kind of fantastical in that show. I don't really put off relatable vibes. You know, I don't think Bochi, but maybe somebody from Bochi the Rock would be appropriate. Like that drunk girl. You know, the one who's drunk all the time. Let's see. Bochi. The fuck is her name? Kikuri. I could see putting her on the list, maybe. But this is also more of like a, I want to be like this person, not necessarily that I really am like this person. But I don't think I've ever been on the level of neurotic that Bochi is. And I was a very neurotic person up through like age 22, but Bochi is like a new transcendent level of neuroticism. Noah from Takunomi. No, not enough of like a character really. Hiroi. I don't remember who Hiroi is. Amy. Girl from Princess Jellyfish or now from Takunomi. No, Landon. What was the one I had in mind earlier? Oh yeah, you said Victorique from Gosick. Yeah, well, I'll take Victorique. I feel like I must be about as snooty and pretentious as she is. Oh, of course, Beatrice the Golden Witch. How could I forget? Literally, my namesake. Yeah, that face. Okay, so now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we still need 4 more. I'm going to say, if we're talking like autism representation, let's go with, fuck, what's her goddamn name? Fuck. Robo Hands Girl. Come on. Robo Hands Girl. Violet Evergarden. Fuck. Thank you. Winry from FMA. No. No. Wrong one. The one with robot hands, not the one who makes robot hands. I understand your confusion. Okay. Fuck. What's the best Violet? Yeah, this face. Okay. Actually, I'm going to look at all these expressions and see what expression of mine is not represented yet in all these faces. That will help to, I think. Okay, so got kind of a sad, despondent, dissociated face. We've got a inspired, maybe intrigued, kind of guarded face. Anthe, terminally guarded face, literally guarded face, troll face, fucking dumbass troll face, sincerely good person who's very tired face, endless wellspring of energy face, you will never solve this riddle face, trash girl face, thinking I am very smart face, thinking I am about to fuck everybody's shit up face, and oh god help, I don't understand anything face. Okay. I feel like that's a pretty good swath of my emotions projected onto these characters. So let's see, what else can I find? What else represents myself? Of course, I was only mostly looking at completed shows. So let's look at maybe some of the stuff I haven't completed, because there's plenty of characters I relate to from shows I haven't finished. What about Trixie? Yeah, we need Trixie in here. Trixie, Michi, whatever you want to call her. Wow, this is the only picture y'all got of Trixie? Whatever. This is my trying to look pretty face. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot Frieren because of the fact that I was looking at only my completed list. Frieren's even more of my autism representation than fucking Violet Evergarden. Frieren is like the most relatable anime protagonist to come out for me in maybe ever. Like the most immediately like, oh wow, I get this character. on like another level. Okay. I've also got lots of just unranked shows because a lot of what I've seen or completed I don't have a score for. So let's scroll down past all the scored stuff into the unscored stuff. So that's an important distinction. There's tons of good shit that I haven't given scores to. So I've only scored like half of my Mal. All right, let's see. Bebop, Trigun. You know what? Ed from Bebop. I feel like a lot of my personality accidentally derived from this character. Yeah, let's go with this one. I like that cheeky expression. Edward Wong Hao Papelu Tversky the Fourth, or something like that. I looked at Dot Hack and immediately in my head it was like, deep in the night, missing the line in my head. Visions of light, sweeter than light, kissing my love. Yeah. I think I might want to put Triella from Gunsinger Girl on here. I'm always connected with her pretty easily. She's got that big sister energy. This is a weirdly weird outfit for her, actually. I've always liked this one. Yeah, this has been my go-to Triella picture. Okay, I think we have 16 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, no, we've got 17. What do? Somebody's got to die. I think we'll take off Kuroki Tomoko. Because I only had her because she's just like, you know, the apex fail girl. But I already have fail girl representation here through Chitose, who's more my brand of fail girl, you know? Like a lazy hack, basically, is what I'm saying. Okay. So let's try to put these into order through the form of this 4x4. Actually, we'll do it this way. Yeah. Well, that might be too tall. No, it'll be fine. This will work. This will probably make sense. Okie dokie. So, for starters, which character do I relate to the absolute most? It's got to be Beatrice the Golden Witch. That's my namesake. Obviously, she's got to go first. Bam. All right. Beatrice is in. So, got Beatrice. Next up, it's going to have to be Frieren. Somewhere between these two characters is where you'll find me. Somewhere between these two centuries old, dislocated in time characters, you'll find me. Okay. Next, I want Anthe. Anthe is definitely, like I said before, my most like favorite character to project onto. So she's got to go near the. Why the fuck is this? So, oh, I'm zoomed way in. That's why. I didn't mean to zoom that much in. Okay. Okie dokie. I know this is going to be like a little off center on the right, but I'll just crop that after I've put them all in. Okay, next we want. I'm going to go. Let's see. We've got like the like evil and good version of like, well, really all three of these are kind of like time lich, like ancient creatures. Is there another one I could? Yeah, we'll go Shiki. We'll round out the set of like, this is like the mysterious, cool side of me, I guess. The like the version that I think I give off. This is me as like a richly layered psychopath or something. And then, okay. So that's one type of personality. And then next we'll do the like endless wellspring of positivity characters. Like for some reason, nothing can cause this person to stop thinking that they are going to succeed or stop doing their best. So we'll get Manabi, Kafka, I feel like Ed might fall into this category too. And then Chitose would be like the really dumb version. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We'll say Ed goes in this category. And lastly, who did I just say? Yeah, Chitose, the one who's just like, it'll work out. Actually, I'm not going to put in any effort. It's just going to work out on its own. No matter what I do, I will succeed. Until everything goes horribly wrong. Okay, so next up, so we've got two extremes here, sort of. We've got like very distant, mysterious, scheming, like dishonest types, and then we've got like very honest, very in your face, very so honest that it seems like they must be lying to themselves type characters. Then we've got, okay, so I guess we'll go next. We already did Shiki, right? Yeah, okay. Next we'll go with like the smart ones. We'll do Victorique, like the analytically minded characters who are trying to understand what's going on, you know? They don't already know. Not like Beatrice or Frieren. Those characters already know or Anthe. They know what's happening. Victorique's trying to figure out what's happening. She's like, what the fuck is going on here? So that's more the category we're going to be in now. Characters who are trying to figure out, who are investigative. I hate that they keep importing above where I am when I zoom in. Whatever. Just do it from a distance and be imprecise. They're all kind of the same size. Haven't had to really change anything. Kobayashi, I would say, is more of an analytical type. And who else we got? I'm tempted to put. Well, I'll probably put the last one. The last category will just be like sort of childish, like, me when I was young type characters. Yeah, okay. Diesel obviously is also an analytical type. Okay. So that's category 3. And then the last category is going to be like me as a youth, like me before I knew myself or how to like really see the world or see myself, So youth Trixie will be Mamimi, Triella, Hibari, and then who was the last character I haven't put in yet? Oh, I guess Violet. No, I did Violet. Okay, it's Trixie. Yeah, Trixie, she's kind of a wild card in here, but that's fine. She's kind of a wild card in Speed Racer also. So, I guess she's kind of, she doesn't come off as like a kid the way that these three kind of do, but she is technically like a teenager. I guess I could have put Ed down here. You know what? Let's just swap her and Ed, just because that'll make it make a little bit more sense, just from the perspective of like these are the child characters and these are like the. I don't think Trixie necessarily doesn't belong in this category because she also is like, she's not as like assuming everything's going to go right. It's more like she's going to make sure it all goes right. She's very unaccepting of circumstances as they are. But yeah, we'll do it like this. Okay. All right, now we're going to export this as a JPEG. And then we will quickly cut the excess off in Paint. There you go. That's my characters that I relate/project onto chart. Beatrice the Golden Witch, Frieren, Anthe Himamiya, Ryogi Shiki, Manabi, Kafka, Trixie, Chitose, Victorique, Violet Evergarden, Kobayashi, Diesel, Mamimi, Triella, Hibari, and Ed. There you go. That's me as 16 anime characters, I guess. How does this feel to you as the audience? Does this seem like, which characters up here are you like, yeah, that's exactly like you? Or which ones are you like, that doesn't seem like you at all? What's wrong? How are you getting that out of yourself? Triella is an interesting one. Can I elaborate? Well, it's been a really long time since I read Gunslinger Girl, so that might be difficult. I just remember feeling like her attitude was really relatable towards things. I don't know. I also really related to Henrietta at the time I was reading Gunslinger Girl, and she might be more like what, I don't know. Triella, I guess it is the big sister thing, like I said. Like maybe it's the way that she handles the younger girls that I find more relatable. Like, and the way that she kind of regards her responsibilities. Again, it's been a really long time since I've the first three in Kobayashi are the ones that make the most sense to you. So Beatrice, Frieren, and Anthe, and then Kobayashi. Okay. I can definitely see that. I mean, these three are, there's a reason I front loaded it with them. They're like the ones I was like, yeah, okay. These are me in a nutshell. I didn't notice they all have blue eyes either. That's really funny. I'm sure that is subconsciously a part of it. Why I picked them, I mean, but fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I would say, who do I think I relate to the least out of these characters? I'm definitely not as much of like a hard ass as Shiki is. Like I would definitely say you'd have to be like end of series Shiki to be even close to as soft as I am. I think I more so relate to her in terms of the way that she like compartmentalizes herself into these different entities. Violet Evergarden is like very like, extreme effect of like I have no idea how humans work, and I'm learning it in my adulthood. I wouldn't say I was that far gone, but it feels I relate to her journey, of like using reading and writing to figure out how people feel. Diesel obviously just is a writer. Her character's not that complicated. She's just a writer. So that's the main thing there. Gary always says Kobayashi and Mamimi make the most sense to me, probably because they're from shows I've actually seen. Yeah, well, that would definitely help. Beatrice Freeran and Mamimi. Mamimi because there is a turbulent side to her. She definitely is the one who, like, when I think of how I was feeling in like my teen years, this is kind of the mood, I was never like as fucking I'm not as BPD as she is. I didn't set anything on fire, but or worship a TV faced god. I wasn't quite that far gone, but her sense of lostness. I understand a lot, and just being like the bullied outsider girl who's like a little too weird to talk to, Hibari-kun's a little bit of a weird one because I feel like I feel like current me is like Hibari in the show and not me growing up. Like I was never as outgoing and cool as Hibari is. It's more like now I'm trying to be like that. So whereas like Mamimi is like, this is how I actually felt as a teenager. Triella is like, this is how I felt as a sibling, kind of. And Ed is like, this is how I acted at that age, just like kind of like a all over the place spaz. Still kind of act like this. I think my personality in real life is a lot more like Ed than you'd probably expect. It's I kind of go from quiet to beep bloop blop bloop weedy wow, like that's my two modes. So yeah, I think the Ed relationship would probably come off a lot more if you knew me in real life than if you know me on the internet. And the Shiki one again, like just being kind of brooding and quiet and going on like night walks that last the entire night, like exploring the entire city silently. That's more the Shiki part of me. And Chitose is the part of me that spends 3 hours sitting in a chair getting high and wondering what the fuck I'm gonna do today on the average day. So yeah, anyway, we're done talking about this. That was fun. It's nice to have some charts stocked up. I'm gonna have to make a chart folder. Chart. Anybody else got any other chart requests? I can either rate your chart or make a chart based on your request, like that one. We've done both now. We've now rated a chart and made a chart by request. What a fucking interesting, strange stream format we've stumbled upon here. Chart. I don't need none of this shit. Got cool D&B songs stuck in my head again. I need this. I do need this. Chart. Blue albums and characters I relate to. I know I have more charts in one of these folders, more of my recently created charts. I really got to keep a hold on all these because I've made some pretty impactful charts in my life, and I feel like I should really like keep in mind that charts have power. Like charts are something that can transcend, that can reach people, you know, even beyond videos, because they're so easy to reshare. And so, you know, I got to cherish my charts and really flaunt my chart making talents to the world, I think. Probably. Where the fuck are my other charts? I know I have a couple charts. They wouldn't be in any of these other folders, I don't think. Well, I guess they're on Twitter. I'm just wondering what happened to that the albums, the like progcore or whatever the fuck I called it. Yeah, hold on. Let's go to Twitter. I know what was on there. Yeah, this one. Post Prog Essentials. This is an image that I need. Which reminds me, I have an idea for a similar chart to that I might start working on if nobody else has another chart idea. Okay, I think that's all the charts that I've posted to Twitter recently enough to go back for. So we've now got Blue Albums, which is a very aesthetically pleasing chart. Characters I relate to. My top 49 albums. And Post Prog Essentials. Very proud of this one. Because this is just a genre I invented. And I'm going to do another one of those. I'm going to invent another genre here before you. Prog Hop. I'll just work on this intermittent. If you submit something else, I'll take a break from this and we'll do that. We'll just work on this while I wait for other ideas. Prog Hop is real and it can hurt you. Cool. All right. Starting off with Negro Necro Necros by Dialect. To Pimp a Butterfly. I like keeping in with this aesthetic up here. Machi Poem with $30. Oh my God. I have 3x3s. Look at them. All right. Where do I got to go to look at them? That's a big money. How many 3x3s do you got? Oh yeah, that's right. Lucario fan sent me that thing. Lucario fan, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I like bullying your impatience. I like making you wait because you're impatient, and it's funny to see you post the same message over and over again. Wait, is this related to what I'm searching for? How did I end up here? I just clicked on Killian Idiot's We Love Stuff post. I don't think this is related to anything I'm doing right now. Okay. Where do I go to find your 3x3s, Mochi-Pan? Wait a second. Let me put them somewhere. Okay, no problem. Okay, wait. Where did you say you sent me this? On Twitter? Okay, Twitter. Tweetar. Nope, that's not the right place. Is it over here? We go. The mentions. Trixie subscriptions. Are they furry or not? Tier list maker. Oh my God. Okay, well, this is excellent. This is a good way to go about this. Why are so many of them me and Bird? Also. Okay. ASE presents. I assume we're just counting this as Bit Salad because Riley's channel would be the Clipiverse. Mint is very furry. Definitely very furry. Amy Talks Annie, I think maybe not furry. She seems pretty not furry. Bird. Well, this is the Picnic Adventure channel. So I mean, they're both these are both bird. Picnic Adventure and Bird Friends Play are both bird. So Bird's going in slightly furry. I'm thinking I don't think he's very furry yet. I think he's on his way there. I think he will eventually be very furry. This is my own music review channel. I'm coursing to very furry. I think I've crossed the threshold. Okay. Hazel, I don't know how furry Hazel is. I do not know. So I'm gonna put her in blank. I don't know how furry she is. Shaves seems very. I'm guess Shaves is very furry, right? Must be. Uses a raccoon avatar. You can't have like a cute little furry avatar and not be a furry, right? Although I think Shaves is like asexual. I don't know if sexuality counts towards furriness. Every time I call somebody a furry, they're like, "Well, I'm not sexually." I'm like, "Is it a sexual thing, or is it just like I don't know?" Hazel is slightly furry. You guys are telling me. I guess I'll take your word for it. I don't want to offend anybody by saying that they're more furry than they are. Lots of asexual furries. Okay, we'll put Shaves in very furry. Negative Legend, I'm just going to assume is very furry. I don't know, but I'm going to assume so. Glitch, I would say they're slightly furry. Their stuff is furry adjacent. It doesn't come off as like furry specifically. Is this VivziePop's logo? Definitely very furry. These are not anime analysis channels. Oh, I guess it's just my subscriptions. Okay. It's just whichever of my subscriptions you knew, I'm guessing, like whichever ones you've also seen. Landon, I don't think is furry. Landon's never given off a furry inclination, really. So I'm not sure. Aura Luna, obviously very furry. Lucario and Coco, very furry. That one, Lucario fan, very furry. It's all the same person, very furry. YMS, very furry. YMS is basically probably one of the best known furries, right? Like YMS and regular car reviews have to be two of the people best known for being furries. Art Chad, I'm going by the fact that there's a monkey for their avatar that they must be at least slightly furry. I don't remember whose avatar this is. I cannot remember who this is. You're gonna have to tell me who this is. Keiko Cat, probably at least slightly furry. I mean, cat's in the name, so it's hard for me to imagine that she's not at least somewhat furry. I can't say for sure. Let's see. We got Zen Huxtable. I don't think Zen's furry, but I've never seen Zen post anything that would imply furriness. So I'm gonna say not furry. This is me once again, so we're going to very furry. This is Trixie Clipsy. I don't know. I don't know about Trixie Clipsy. We're gonna assume, based on posting my videos where I review furry media, that Trixie Clipsy is at least slightly furry. Why is there two blank tiers? Nobody knows. Manny Muskets, I don't think he's a furry. Don't think he's given any implication of being a furry. I don't know this avatar. I don't recognize this again. The one I skipped is Bahan, B-H-A-I. Bahan. When did I subscribe to this person? Every single manga is connected together. I don't remember. I don't remember any of these videos. Whichever ones I've seen, I do not remember them. I'm sure they were good. I probably watched 2 videos and subscribed not too long ago. We'll just put it blank. I don't recognize this avatar either. This is Misty Cronexia. Misty Cronexia is definitely furry. No way Misty Cronexia is not very furry. Trash Taste, probably slightly furry. I don't think they'd ever cross that line. Pedantic Romantic, I'm almost certain is very furry. Anime News Network, they have to be at least, I mean, it's such a big group of people. Demolition D, obviously very furry, animal obsessed. This is just Lackadaisy, so that's very furry. I don't recognize this frog avatar. Yoko Elf, I'm going to say probably at least slightly furry. I don't really know their personality. They just make like compilation videos. Miragefon seems very furry. Now, I mean, you've already got Shaves on there once, but this is even more furry version of Shaves, so that's definitely going up there. Better Than Food book reviews, I'm going to say probably not furry. Never done anything to imply furriness. This looks like Big Gay. Big Gay's got to be at least slightly furry. I don't know if he's full furry. I feel like that would come out more. Kaiser Beam's obviously very furry, full-on persona avatar. I don't recognize this one either. I don't recognize these. Speedoru. Let me try to remember who Speedoru is. Okay, this is the Punch Punch Forever artist. All right. I would say this probably slightly furry. Seeming likely to be slightly furry. Wait, I just noticed this is slightly fluffy, not slightly furry. I don't recognize this avatar either. Explanation Point, I think, is probably slightly furry. Alexander, I don't remember ever actually watching their content. Is this Under the Scope? I don't know. Every Frame of Painting comes off as probably at least slightly furry. Is this that anime snob? Or is this just somebody's avatar that looks like that anime snob? Vic and Hope, I would say they qualify as slightly furry. Nate probably qualifies as slightly furry. Ant Dude probably qualifies as very furry, actually, based on his taste. Chase Face, I don't get any furry vibe off of. Dick Masterson, not furry, though he admires furries. Vito is, I don't know if Vito's a furry. He might be a zoophile, though. Vito just wants to have sex with actual cats. So I'm going to say Vito's not furry. Vito's beyond furry. Catgirl Research Society, obviously slightly furry. Dr. Wolf, massively furry. Lily Orchard seems very furry. Archipel, I don't remember their content. Channel that uploads Ono clips that I like. Well, I've got no idea what they're about. Bear Stare. IDK, but it was on your subscription list. Sure. Probably not. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. Is this My Japanese Animes? Jesse definitely qualifies as slightly furry. Tom, very furry. Channel Awesome, probably slightly furry. I've never gotten any furry vibe off of James Rolfe. I'm going to say he's probably not a furry. And I don't recognize these last few. Chase Face hugging crying Klonoa in one of his thumbnails. Okay, fair enough. He's slightly furry then. He likes Klonoa. He's got to be at least a little furry. Maybe he's super furry and just not talking about it. Okay, who are these three? Also, did Mochi Pon figure out how to get me those charts yet? Yes, on Twitter. Okay. Oh, Big Joel. Probably very furry. This is that anime snob. Okay, I'm going to say not furry. What about Binsu? That sounds like a channel name, if I remember correctly. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I don't even remember. I don't remember this channel. Probably not a furry. I don't know. There we go. That was a very odd random selection of my subscriptions that you threw together there, but there you go. A lot of them are very furry. A lot of them are slightly furry. A few of them are not furry. Okay. Now we got to get to... Here we go. Here we go. All right, we've got some charts here. Okay. Mochipon. For the first one is characters that aren't my favorite but encapsulate my aesthetic. Second is favorite characters. Third is favorite games. And then last one is favorite anime. Okay, cool. All right, I have to pee. So we'll go after all this after I pee. Is Super Eye Patch Wolf furry? He's a wolf. Yes. Yes, he's obviously furry. He's an eye patch wolf. Are you kidding me? Okay. I have to pee. I'll just play, I guess, this fucking random video. Yeah. Hey. Hey, yeah. Peep the style and the kids check it for it. The number one suggestion is you motherfucking floor it. Got bored of the bullshit, old of the new shit, cool it. Shit, I forgot the lyrics. No, let's go. All right, I can do this. Yo. Peep the style and the kids check it for it. My number one suggestion is you motherfucking floor it. Got bored of the bullshit, old of the new shit, cool it, switch in the bitch, old school Brit. Cut off all your genitals, swap them, kill a couple cops and set your fucking block on fire, start over. Pull the Range Rover through Fort Knox, kill a couple more cops and burn the Federal Reserve, stab a perv in the throat, swerve slash clip Joe Rogan on your way to Elon Musk. See that motherfucker dusted in a duster when a cluster bomb I set off goes kabomb. You motherfuckers don't know me. I'm crazy as shit and I'm OG. Trixie Goldie Witch in the building. Run, she might burn the whole thing down just for fun. She loves being out in the sun. No, really, run. No, really, run. Yeah. Yeah, we did it, gang. Okay, now we gotta rate some 3x3s. We gotta rate some 3x3s. Okay, I like the aesthetic of this chart, and I only know some of the characters. I don't recognize this girl, but I really like her character design. I like her eyes. I like this odd shape they've got. I like the little fang and the point in the finger. She's got kind of like a, not quite Pokemon, but more like a Yokai Watch kind of look to her, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know this character. I also don't know this little baby thing, but this thing's fucking adorable. I have no idea where either of these two comes from. I know this girl is from Yurikuma Arashi, and all I really remember of this show is that the girls were naked a lot. First one is Ueno-chan from, I'm guessing, an anime called Ueno-chan. Yeah, okay. So she's like a pissed off, clumsy girl. That sounds adorable. Yeah, all right. I can dig it. I like any girl with shark teeth, so I'm behind it, you know? Okay. I don't know this one either, though. The baby thing looks like a dinosaur king from, I don't even know what that is a reference to, Ellen. What is that from? Second is Umaso. Oh, from You Are Umaso. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I have heard good things about it. So I only saw a little bit of Yuri Kuma. I remember this girl being like the ditzy one, like the fun one, and also seeing her naked a lot. I don't know this girl either. Oh, I guess she's the one from Land of the Lustrous. Yes, that's right. Pad Paradasha, says Amy Talks Annie. I cannot remember her personality, but she looks cool. I like the expression. You've got a lot of really good facial expressions in here. Now, of course, I know Mayoi, and I can see a kind of through line between these characters for sure. Mayoi like, sarcastic, fun loving, but also, she's always being molested and shit. So she's got to kind of be like angry at Araragi. I know this is that dude from Free. He's like the pissed off shark teeth guy. So I'm seeing a shark teeth connection here also. He's pretty hot. This girl looks familiar. Did I watch this? What is this? Fuck. She looks very familiar to me, but I can't put my finger on it. I think this is a guy from Digimon Tri. Is this just like one of the grown-up main characters from Digimon and I'm not recognizing him right away? Because I've seen original Digimon. But, oh, Kofuku Graffiti. That's right. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, she's cool. Kofuku Graffiti is a very pleasant show I always forget about. I feel like that deserved a second season. I feel like this show, I would have watched more of this had they made more of it. Her whole thing is that she makes really delicious food and then she like comes when she's eating it. And that's the show pretty much. It's really fun. And then you got the cute little Momo from Sangatsu no Lion. She's the best. She's just the fucking nicest little kid. She's just like, this is what you hope a little kid to be like. Just a cool kid. Just a good, nice, fun-loving person that never causes you no grief. Anytime she's crying, you're like, no, must protect the baby sister. Yeah, these characters all have a good vibe from what I can tell. I mean, again, the facial expressions you chose here make them all seem likable, even if I don't know who some of them are or know them that well. Okay. Now, this is your actual favorite characters, right? So these are characters that you like the vibe of, and then these are the actual favorites, I think. I think this is the main girl from Chihaya Furu. Am I right? No, she had darker hair, right? She definitely was not the same girl. I'm thinking wrong. Yeah, no. Who the fuck is this girl? I don't know her either. That does not look like a Digimon character. It does to me. It looks like Digimon Tri to me. Or Senko Roll. Like that character designer. Oh, it's the guy from Suritama. Ah, yes. Okay, I do remember. I think that's also the same character designer. Kill me if I'm wrong, but he definitely looks like a Digimon character to me. Let me go find the fucking character designer of this shit. I only saw the first half of this show, and I don't really remember the characters very much, but I always wanted to finish it because they had a really cool vibe. Who designed your fucking characters? Nope. There we go. Yuichi Takahashi. What did you do? What did you do character design on? Vivi Fluoride Eyes song. I remember that. That was all right. Hoshiai no Sora. I know that's got trans characters in it, so I've always meant to finish that as well. Gatchaman Crowds adapted designs. That's nice. Macross F. All kinds of shit. This person did all kinds of character designs. Looks like they did the designs for the upcoming Mononoke movie. Ain't that sick? But it doesn't look like they did Digimon. So, looks like I gotta commit seppuku immediately. Okay. So, you said this is Akane from Yamada-kun? Like in the Seven Witches? And I really can't remember almost anything about this show. I liked it. Oh, it's a different Yamada-kun. Yamada-kun at level 99. Okay. That's why I don't remember this character. It's a different Yamada-kun. I didn't end up watching this show. I actually think I dropped this within 2 minutes. Okay, we got Yui Hirasawa, one of my favorite anime characters as well. Easy, shoo-in, lovable, idiot savant. She's just charming. She's cute. She's funny. You know, she starts off being kind of a dumb, lazy asshole, but then you find out she's got a heart of gold. You just be a little nice to her, and she'll dedicate everything to paying it back. I don't recognize this girl at all. Nobuo Ito, one of my favorite anime characters. Actually, how did I leave her off of my characters I project onto list? Ooh, I might have to swap somebody out for Nobuo. Here's my Nobuo fan site, Nobuo Maniacs. Although I guess it's also Komoe Maniacs. Here's a bunch of Komoe posting. This blog is essentially a parody of Ogiue Maniacs, which is another anime blog that is good. This person does a lot of con panels now. SDS. I don't know if they still go by that, but yeah, it looks like it. SD Shamshell. Very excellent con panelist who was chronicling the emergence of Fujoshi. Like when Fujoshi were first becoming a character archetype, SDS was chronicling it and then created quite a few Fujo files about Fujo characters. 177 Fujo characters profiled on this website. I was going to try to copy this with Kudere, cool chick characters such as Ito Nobuo. You know, literally just parodying the idea of what was going on in Ogiue Maniacs. I did this when I was like 17. Yeah, so Nobuo should probably be on my characters I relate to and project onto list. Who do I need to replace? I could replace Triella because my logic was that she was there to be big sister, but Nobuo is like way even more so what I'm like as a big sister. So let's go ahead and sub her out. Classic headphones, One-san. Come on, give me the fucking... No, I don't want the web page file, you motherfucker. Yes, give me that weirdly... Why is it... Hold on. Why is it blown up like this? It says it's 350 pixels big. I really hate what they've done to Google Images. It's become a nightmare to try to rip images off of Google Images. Let's just go back to Mal. Okay, yes. It's the same fucking image, too. Okay. Now we're just going to replace Triella. She was kind of a stretch, and we get the same effect. In fact, we get an even better effect with Nobuo. And it's like she was never there. Nope, it's a little off. Whatever. We'll just nick that and then add a little back. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So there we go. Now it's been updated. This makes a little bit more sense, I think. Do Do I relate to the blonde girl from Penguin Drum? I have only seen a little bit of, or I've seen like 10 episodes. The blonde girl's the main girl, right? Not really. I don't remember her having much of a personality, if I'm being honest. Maybe I'd have to finish the show. Okay, back to this. I literally forgot I was in the middle of ranking a 3x3. I got so sidetracked by seeing Nobue. Obviously, Frieren is already on my list of characters I relate to and favorite characters. Yeah, Ella, we used Krita for the rest of the editing that. Konata, obviously a classic character, endlessly relatable, endlessly lovable. Closer to what my friend Don-san was like in high school. He was the Konata, if I knew one. I think he was a little bit of Konata and Kagami, but he's closer to both of them than I was. I think. Kobayashi, we've already established. Again, on my chart of characters I relate to. So obviously I feel like we can get along if you've got 3 characters that I personally consider to be kind of like me in your favorites chart. We could probably be friends. And the main character of like one of my favorite anime. Is this one of those goddamn little Shotas from fucking what the fuck? Natsume's Book of Friends? Is this a Natsume's Book of Friends Shota? Because that show at a time in my life where I didn't think that I was gay, that show really made me question it. Poco's Udon World. Okay, I don't think I've seen Poco's Udon World. Yeah, I can't remember if I ended up watching any of this. So it's funny how it looks just like the kid from Barakamon. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about Poco's Udon World, but looks adorable. Looks like one of them goddamn. Every character from Natsume Yujincho is attractive. Every male character, I should say, but they're all guys. There's like almost no women in this show. It's just an endless sequence of pretty boys and Shota lollies. Anyway. All right, favorite video games. Let's see. I have never played Tomodachi Life, but I assume that it's a game you play every single day to use your little me to do everyday things. I did not like it. I talked about it years ago very briefly. Well, that sounds right. That one, Lucario fan is screaming, "No, it's wholesome. You need to watch it." Anyway, Breath of the Wild, awesome game. I beat it myself. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but it's definitely up there as one of the classics. And I don't think I had the best approach to playing it because it's so big and so expansive. I really think it's a game that asks you to just kind of sit with it and like make your own fun and not just try to like get to the end. And it's hard for me. It's hard for me to like just self-involve myself in a game. Like usually I'm just trying to get to the end to even confirm that I like it all the way through, and then maybe I'll consider going back and like doing more, but I usually don't. I tend to like arcade style games, like games that I can just beat in a sitting or make an attempt and then give up in a sitting, not as much super expansive open world games. And like early Zelda is like kind of a cross between the two, like even up to Ocarina of Time, like the game's like 35 hours at the longest, which is long, but it's not Breath of the Wild long. That game is fucking long, especially if you're trying to actually do like, anything other than the main plot. So, it's a very big game, and I appreciate that. And also a part of it is that, traveling the country, I could not stop comparing things to Breath of the Wild because it's the landscape of the game feels like a lot of places in America, like more so than it feels like my understanding of Japan. It feels like a drive through the American West. if you could run and walk on everything. Like when I see stuff in real life that looks like Breath of the Wild, I'm like, I want to climb that. I want to run on that. I want to climb that like Link, you know. It just pisses me off that I can't just go. I can like hear the sounds in my head, the sound effects of like him running and grabbing and climbing and everything, you know. I've never played Mario Paint. I think I've played something similar to it on like the Sega Pico, but I can't remember. Pokemon Omega Ruby, I have not played either. I never got very far into Ruby as a kid. I was put off by how much water there was in the early game, and by the fact that I just knew the game it didn't have 16 gyms like Silver, and that really bothered me. And I've never gone back to play through all of Omega Ruby, even though my brother Victor told me that it's like his favorite in the whole series practically. So maybe I should sometime, but I don't know. It's always hard for me to convince myself to go to like an older Pokemon game that I'm not already nostalgic for. Anyway, Animal Crossing New Leaf. I haven't played this either. I've only really played Animal Crossing on GameCube. And all the ones after that, they changed the layout of the world to the rolling pin aesthetic. And I guess I've kind of gotten used to it, but it seriously bothered me for a long time. Like seeing the games look that way. Like I wanted the top-down grid-based perspective that the GameCube game had because I liked that, you know. And when they changed it to none of the games having that anymore, I was like, fuck. It just feels different. It's not the same exact thing, you know, and they've never gone back to the original way. I guess they see it as an improvement, but you know, maybe I'd get used to it if I sat down and actually played one of these games extensively. I never really have. I might have played a tiny bit of New Leaf because I know my mom and my brother both play this game. Like Victor and my mom have both. I know my mom's played a considerable amount of Animal Crossing New Leaf. So it must be good. Tales of Symphonia. This was my favorite game when I was 14. I loved this fucking game so much. What time is it there? It's about 8:30. I was obsessed with Tales of Symphonia for a little while, and it came to me because when I was probably just turning 14 around when I played this, or right before I turned 14. And I had been coming off of like, I'd been obsessed with anime for a while, and then I'd gotten into video games in a big way. And after being into games for like maybe 6 months, I found out about RPGs. Like I had only known Golden Sun and like Final Fantasy, and that's it. And I'd only really seen Final Fantasy X. So like at some point, through like watching TV reviews of games and stuff, they kept like Tales of Symphonia got heavily praised as like one of the best looking GameCube games, one of the best RPGs on the system. So I was like, well, I gotta play this. And I loved it. I became obsessed with it. I loved all the characters. I wrote erotic fan fictions about it. I hung out on the Game FAQs forums for Tales of Symphonia. It's the only RPG that I not only beat but played through most of it twice. I never beat it twice, but I played through a lot of it with because you could play 2-player, and I had my brother Vic playing along with me, and we did most of the game through again. But yeah, like this is the first game I ever like became a part of the community and was posting about it online and stuff like that. Which led to all kinds of drama in my teens of me getting involved in weird internet clicks through this game. So that's always going to be a part of the nostalgia for me as well. I have the HD version, and I've tried to go back and play it several times, and it feels like such a time and place thing of its era. Like graphically, like the game was impressive for its time and not 1 second more, you know. Like it's one of those things where this style of art, like this style of cell shading for 3D graphics was like fairly new, and it had never really been done in an RPG. But now, like if you're looking at like Dragon Quest 11 or something and then coming back to Tales of Symphonia, it's ugly, you know. And like the Tales of games, they haven't really held up on being even close to the forefront of graphical quality in games, you know. So it's not like that's a big surprise or anything, but it's harder to go back to when like the animation and the artwork is not that impressive. The story is all of the Tales of games just have way too much dialogue, just way too much fucking dialogue. And the characters are very young and they act very young. And it's just like, you know, it always kind of feels to me like, I'm reliving being 14, you know, when I play Tales of. So, yeah, it's definitely a nostalgia thing, but it's not something I can see myself dedicating the 50 hours to, like, you know, really play through it all again. I've tried a few times and I always just kind of get stuck at the beginning. Like, man, I don't know. I don't think I can play through all of this again. The character designs are phenomenal. They're very, very good designs. But yeah, the game is, it's not that pretty to go back to. Mario Sunshine holds up better. You know, it's the because the animation is so good and the aesthetics are so well maintained. You know, that the game it doesn't look outright ugly to go back to. But they also weren't building a 50-hour RPG there, so I don't blame Tales of Symphonia for being the way it is. Mario Sunshine, I've never played through all of. 3D Mario is... Oh, you've got Odyssey too. 3D Mario, I should say all Mario. Mario is too fucking hard for me. Mario requires too much hand-eye coordination, too much like motor skills, too much like figuring out how to do moves and then executing them right all the time. Like, I play dumb games. I play games like Zelda, like Ocarina of Time here in the middle, or that's Majora's Mask. Shit. Well, I haven't never beaten Majora's Mask. It's too intellectual for me. I've never made it past the early part of that game. I like the dumb games where you just run and you keep hitting the A button and it makes you swing the sword over and over again or shoot bullets. Like, to me, like, my favorite thing in video games is just mashing the button so that attack keeps happening and stuff keeps blowing up. That's why I like shmups so much. It's why I like action RPGs. Like, when I say action RPGs, I'm including like Gauntlet, you know, like just shoot the thing forward. It's funny that I say Mario is too hard. It's really hard. Like, every Mario game has been preposterously hard, in my opinion. I did beat Mario Odyssey, like, to the normal ending. It wasn't hard, like, executing what you had to do to win the game was hard. It just I didn't do it in a way that like felt good or it was impressive, you know, like I guess B's just bad at platformers. I'm very bad at momentum driven games. Any game that is about like controlling the momentum of the character, and because not all platformers, like precision platformers like Celeste, are easier for me. If the character moves at a consistent speed or you control the speed of the character's movement, I can do that all day. So like Super Meat Boy, Celeste, any kind of like 2D precision platformers, I can do that. Yes, Gary is right. I do not have the patience to get good at momentum platformers. I hate doing something unsatisfying. Like, if I start playing a game and I don't click with the controls, like I feel like I'm having to pilot the character to try to make them do something. I just get frustrated. Mario 64 is the ultimate example of like, it's like controller throwingly frustrating to me to try to just move Mario around, you know? Because again, it's all momentum driven. You have to be thinking about how he moves and not just like putting him in the spot he's supposed to be. You know, like you play, again, Zelda or like Dark Souls, like you can just like tap the controller forward and your character takes a tiny step forward. You know, in our Breath of the Wild, another good example. You just like, you press to the left, he turns left. You press to the right, he turns right. You press A as fast as you can. He swings the sword about that speed, you know, or as fast as he'll possibly need to. In a game like Mario, it's like you could see an enemy that's standing right next to you and you're thinking, all right, I can jump and hold forward and I'll land on that enemy. But actually, you need to build momentum to jump before you jump and hold forward, because you can't just do it from like a standing position unless you do it in a certain way. You know, like, well, if you did a backflip, you could execute, but then you got to be thinking about what direction is my character facing, you know, and like, it's just a little too much for me. I'm not very good at like predicting the physics of what's going to happen when I move the stuff around on the screen, you know? Again, I like the 2D games. You just mash the attack button and everything dies. Okay, we got one more. Favorite anime. Trixie, you're so autistic. No, I think this is the opposite. I think I'm not autistic enough. I'm not autistic enough to memorize all of the like combinations of buttons to, or like even instinctively build those reactions. Like again, I literally like I'll jump and miss and then run into the enemy and lose a heart, and then I will just be like, I don't want to play this game anymore. Like this sucks. This is not fun. Why did me attacking the enemy not result in it dying? This is not a video game, you know? Why am I getting punished for jumping at the enemy? This sucks. I feel the same way about like Sonic games, any game that's momentum driven. I suck at Dust Force, you know. Any game that like you would really have to run the level again and again to get good at it. I just don't have the patience for that. Like, and again, there are lots of precision platformers that are like same screen death, right? Like Celeste or Meat Boy, where you only go back like 3 seconds when you die and you know exactly what you did wrong, you know? And exactly how to fix it before you even respawn. You got to feel like you are Mario, pretend you're doing the jump. Yeah, that's where I can't connect with the game. Maybe it's because I don't like Mario as a character that much. Like maybe it's a struggle for me to want to be Mario. Like I'm really interested in playing the new Princess Peach game because I like Peach. I want to be Peach. You know, I it's easy for me to want to project myself onto Peach. Mario, I don't know. Little short, fat Italian guy who keeps going, woohoo! I like doing the woohoo thing. I like going, wah-ha! You know, that's fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel much about embodying Mario. And like, I do tend to play games, you know, considering that my interest in shmups is pretty much limited to cute 'em ups where I get to play as like a cute girl shooting magic bullets, as opposed to like, I don't know, a spaceship or a World War II plane. Like I can't connect with that. I don't care what happens to the plane. I care what happens to Nat from Hazelnut Hex, you know, the Breakfast Witch. I liked playing the Breakfast Witch. I wanted to see what she was going to do at each stage of the adventure, you know? Anyway. Yeah, you said you think Mario's adorable and you love him. And this is something to consider as well. This is more of an upbringing thing. I don't act this way anymore. But you all know that I'm very contrarian. And like these days, I'm always hoping that if something is popular, I'm going to like it because I don't like being the person who doesn't like the popular thing. But growing up, I very much, if something was more popular than my thing, I resented that. Like if there's for instance, I'm trying to think of like what was a cereal I really liked growing up. Because it always bothered me that everybody liked Cheerios. Like the default cereal, like if say they're bringing cereal to school, it's going to be Cheerios. If you got cereal at a friend's house, they're going to have Cheerios, you know, like it was just kind of the default cereal. And that drove me insane because I didn't like it. And I thought it was bland and boring. And I didn't understand why other people liked it. And nobody could explain to me what's good about it. So I was just like, why the fuck do people like Cheerios so much? And eventually I figured it out. You know, eventually I just ate some Cheerios and decided that they're actually pretty good. And I was just such a brand loyalist about everything as a kid. I hated Sony and Xbox because they were competing with Nintendo and they made people call Nintendo baby games, you know? But then eventually I had a PS2 and Xbox and I loved them. So like Mario is kind of a similar story. I never had like a disdain for Mario per se, but just the fact that he was like the face of Nintendo. And, you know, as opposed to, you know, any of the other games that I liked, there wasn't quite like a level of, oh, how dare Mario take the spotlight from Link or Kirby or Pikachu or whatever. Because those characters were all in Smash together. You know, they were all kind of put on a pedestal of equal importance by that game. And that was like my main interfacing with Mario, you know, as a kid. But I definitely felt some level of like, man, fuck Mario. He's just the popular one. You know, he's just the first guy. Everybody just likes him because they played him first, you know. Not realizing how like actually good the Mario games were until later. You just realized you had 3 fucking Marios on that 3x3 and 2 Zeldas. And a Pokemon and an Animal Crossing and the only RPG on a Nintendo console. So you know, I'd say you're a bit of a Nintendo fan. It comes through. All right. Cute girls fan too as well, which I can greatly appreciate. Cute girls and cute boys, I should say. There's as much cute boy energy as there is cute girl energy in here, actually. This is just an all-around fun time 3x3. And I have to say, I really like this 3x3 because I like when I look at a 3x3 and I feel like I immediately grasp someone's taste, and it's not just my taste. Because a lot of the times people send me 3x3s and I'm like, oh, hey, 9 shows I like. This is not that. I haven't even seen half of these shows. Like, I've never seen the Coco show, as we established before. I've only seen half of Yurikuma Arashi, maybe less than half. I only watched like 3 or 4 episodes when it was airing, and I don't remember anything. I know I saw the first 3 episodes of Sarazanmai, and I enjoyed it. I just never got back to it. I've seen half of Suritama. All 3 of these shows that I really enjoyed and never got back to. They're all like really weird. They're all like very characters hanging out, doing like odd symbolic stuff kind of shows. You're right. I do need to fucking finish Crosscode someday and play. I don't know Guardian Legend, but I'll check it out sometime. So yeah, all 3 of these shows I never finished, but I like. This one I haven't seen. Kofuku Graffiti I really enjoyed. I think this show's super underrated. It kind of excites me to see it in somebody's favorites, honestly. Because it's the kind of thing I took for granted at the time. Like, we've got an infinite number of good shows like this. But like in retrospect, nothing really had the same energy as this show. Which I could also say about Lucky Star. And Lucky Star, I've kind of... My opinion on this show is always in flux. Like, the first time I ever saw it, I thought it was mid. Then I fell in love with it. Then for years, I was like, oh, this is one of the champion shows. And then I did my anime alphabet where I was like, you know what? It's okay. It's not like amazing. It's okay. It's very deeply mimetic. It's very important to the meme structure of anime culture online, more so than it is necessarily like a good show that holds up. Yeah, Sarazanmai is the gay frog show, Ellen. It's quite good. It's from Iku. I mean, these are both from the same director as Utena, Yurikuma Arashi and Sarazanmai. Kunihiko Ikuhara has only directed 3 anime, Utena and these 2. I mean, besides Sailor Moon and its movies and stuff. But like after and Maru Penguin Drum. Sorry, I forgot about Maru Penguin Drum. It was like Utena and then a 15-year gap, and then Penguin Drum, Yurikuma a few years later, and then Sarazanmai a few years after that. And they're all incredibly weird shows. I don't know this one. I straight up just don't even... Is this Onimai? Is this the one where the brother turns into a little girl? I saw the first 3 episodes of this, and my take on it was like, this is just trans. Like, this is just like, it's trans without like knowing it is, almost. So it's weird. It's a weird feeling. This is a show that I would have liked to have had when I was like a teenager. When I was really I used to watch every gender bender show. In my teens, I literally watched every single anime that had the tag gender bender or Yuri. I watched all of them. So this definitely would have hit with me when I was 16. As an adult, I was just kind of like, yeah, I get it. I'm already trans. I don't need a show to subtly imply that I might be trans to me. I have not seen The Eccentric Family, even though Victor has been recommending this to me since it came out. He's like, this is one of the best anime, and I still have not seen it. So I should definitely get around to this at some point. He's been begging me to do an analysis video about it since it came out. I've still never seen anyone else do that. Like, as praised as this show is, I've never seen like videos about why it's so good. So I've been kind of like, I don't know what is supposed to be so good about this show. I don't really know. I just know that it's supposed to be very good, and that the second season was a lot more controversial, I guess. Oh, you haven't seen Penguin Drum or Utena? You've seen Yurikuma and Sarazanmai first. That's really interesting. These 2 are probably the most outrageous of Ikuhara's shows because it feels like he literally was allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. Utena feels like it was opening the door for anything like this to ever exist, But Utena is also more committed to just being like very, very, very good. Like, they were trying to make a masterpiece with that show. And I think with these ones, there's more of a relaxed feeling of like, I'm just fucking around, you know, like I already have a masterpiece. I don't got to make a masterpiece. I can fuck around and do whatever I want, you know, like that's the atmosphere of these. Maru Penguin Drum is somewhere in between those, I would say. But I've only seen, again, less than half of any of them because all of them get so weird that I was having trouble even parsing what they're about. Utena is immediately great. That's true. But that doesn't register to everybody, I don't think. Even, I mean, the first time I watched Utena, I was like 17. I gave the show a 7 out of 10, and I didn't remember most of what happened or understand most of what was happening, you know? Like, it was over my head. I was too young. Anyway, I didn't mention Dragon Maid. I love this show. This is probably I haven't watched this since it came out, so I can't say for sure. But out of everything on here, this is the one that I think is my favorite. I know it's the one I gave the highest score to. It's the one that I have the most like pleasant memories and stuff I've said about it. That still, I mean, Lucky Star, again, I probably praised as much as I praised this show for a time. But I suspect Dragon Maid holds up better than Lucky Star. It's hard to know. And I haven't seen season 2 yet. But overall, I think this is a very good 3x3. Again, it makes your... I even just would say having Sarazanmai, Suritama, Lucky Star, and this Dragon Maid, like between the 4 of them, I feel like a very specific atmosphere. It's hard to describe, but these 2 are like the cute boy version, and these are like the cute girl version of the same kind of like... These are shows about people just hanging out, having a good time together, and like reinforcing one another and like, you know, growing through each other. All of them definitely have like a family kind of vibe. Obviously, this one's literally about family. This one's about a brother and sister. This one's... I think there's some incest in all of Ikuhara's work. They always have incest themes, I think. So, you know, family stuff coming together. I dig it. I like it. This was a fun excursion. Thank you for having good charts that you wanted me to review. It's more boring if the charts aren't good. Okay, I have to pee again, so I'm going to play another thing. I also need to turn the lights on. It got fucking mad dark. I'll just let you watch this Sonic video, I guess, while I go pee. I haven't watched this yet.
Clean!
A few years ago, I made a video called The Wretched of the Sonic. It was an analysis about the entire Sonic series from a strongly leftist lens, where I made the case that Sonic was thematically about a progressive environmentalist overthrowing an industrial imperialist. That video did well. So keeping in that vein, I guess I'm the guy that makes weird videos about Sonic now. Let's lay the groundwork for the series here for a second, or at the very least, re-establish the norm. Sonic is an anthropomorphic animal that destroys robots in order to save them from animal capsules and robotic machinery. Ones where they lose their sense of agency over their lives. Ones where they lose their will to keep going. Ones where they act in accordance to their creators, with no free will of their own. Pairing Sonic with existentialism based on this premise sounds a little ludicrous. Stop me if you've heard this one before. The ending of Sonic and the Black Knight blindsides you with a lesson about living your life to the fullest, through a young woman having an existential crisis, fearing death. How out of place, you know? The story of Sonic Frontiers doesn't tonally work with Sonic. It's about these dying spirits being given closure and how it parallels our main characters. This doesn't fit. Shadow's character becoming an existential crisis about whether he's a machine, whether he has a choice in the path he chooses, or whether he even deserved to be created, has no place in this series. It's dumb. How much of this series is about sentient machinery having an existential crisis? Gamma's purpose is to serve Eggman, and when he realizes they were once Flicky, ultimately sacrifices themselves. Shadow is a machine given purpose by his creators, and is constantly having an identity crisis on what he's supposed to be doing. Omega is created but grows resentful of his creator because he feels he wasn't used to his full potential. Emerald is a machine that's essentially the amalgamation of the entire cast, and one of the biggest conflicts of the game is whether or not Emerald should be aborted. Shadow doesn't see the value in teasing a machine with agency when it's destined to live a tragic life. He isn't acting out of cruelty here, he explicitly states is an act of mercy, one that he extends because he knows the feeling. Sonic, on the other hand, believes that Emerald should have a choice to live his life. be that tragic or otherwise. He even does something very similar in Frontiers. This theme is a recurring one. Sonic characters are simple. I think most of these characters are liked just by their design alone. I love Jet the Hawk, but really, I just like his design, and he has a cool theme song. You know, that's it, you know? Regardless, one trend in all of these characters is how they completely define themselves by their needs. Knuckles needs to guard the Emerald. It's the closest thing he has to his culture. It's what his ancestors died for. Even if sometimes he wants a little more to see the world, he is completely bound by his adherence to this principle. Blaze is a character designed to parallel Sonic. She is bound by her sense of duty. As a princess, as a protector, the prospect of even seeking help is ill-advised. If I'm not the fastest, what am I? If I'm not independent, what am I? If I can't be with Sonic, what am I? A lot of people think Sonic is just about freedom. They see the guy running and it's very easy to make the connection. But the overarching message of this series is that of freedom. Sonic doesn't have an origin story, canonically. I'm not talking about the movies or the comics, right? In the games in which he originated, Sonic doesn't have much in the way of a backstory. There's not much really contextualizing him. But on this premise, Sonic has no baggage. In Frontiers, the story actually being told isn't just to parallel the characters, but instead to make them question their purpose. A lot of people incorrectly interpret Amy's scene because they don't really know what to make of it. But I think what it's saying is really clear when you look at the others. If you finally caught up to Sonic and you died, would it make you happy? Would you feel fulfilled? If you made your people proud but you died right after, would you consider that a fulfilling life? If you made your mentor proud, would that truly make you happy?
I guess it feels kind of detached. Have you ever flown around in a dream? Like you're lighter than air? That's what it feels like to me, anyway.
The Coco fulfilling their dreams before death, while not directly stated, is supposed to appear a little pathetic. You put in all this work chasing him. You put in all this work trying to make your ancestors proud. You put in all this work trying to make your idol proud. And then you fold it. Ironically, Amy puts it best when she first sees it happen. What's supposed to be this grand act of fulfillment is ultimately hollow and shallow. It's why when I see this critique of the game's tone, I can't help but disagree and think of Shadow the Hedgehog, a game that I like quite a bit, but has such a tonal dissonance all the time, to the point where I think it undercuts some of its best and most interesting parts. Like, of course it's a serious game tonally. The main cast is experiencing death. Like, not even on a subtle thing, like it's incredibly obvious that's what they're going for. That said, one thing Sonic Frontiers doesn't do much with is exploring Sonic. What's his? I established very firmly that I think a lot of this series is about animals and machines having an existential crisis. But what about Sonic? I'm gonna get a bit meta with it. So follow me here. What is Sonic? Sonic was never supposed to be a video game character. He was designed for multimedia. You know how Mario has this big nose to make his sprites stick out? Sonic was designed to imitate Mickey Mouse and the rubber hose style of animation, and pop culture celebrities and figures like Michael Jackson and Bill Clinton. He had two very different cartoons airing at the exact same time with two very different tones. I don't know if there's a talk about the differences between the US and Japanese depiction of Sonic. So what is Sonic? Sonic 1 has Green Hill, yes, but it also has Marble Zone, Labyrinth, and Scrap Brain. What is Sonic? Sonic runs fast. He also drives a car and rides hoverboards and skateboards. What is Sonic? Sonic is a 2D high-speed action platformer. Sonic is a 3D boosting game. Sonic is a high-speed shooting game. No. Sonic is a high-speed action game. No. Sonic is an open zone platformer with RPG elements. What is Sonic? What is Sonic? Sonic is a sci-fi anime inspired by Dragon Ball. Sonic is a laid-back sitcom inspired by The Simpsons. No. Sonic is a Western cartoon inspired by Looney Tunes. Wait, no. He is a Western cartoon about a radical freedom fighter. No. Sonic is an adopted son of a police officer. What is Sonic? What is Sonic? What is he? What is the connecting tissue between every form of media Sonic is in? Is it that he's fast? That's not true. Is it that he loves freedom and hates oppression? That's not true. Green Hill? At this point, maybe. Maybe. These are the unifying elements. There's nothing. You're lying. Sonic doesn't mean anything. He was designed to be easy to mold into anything. There's a reason Mario has always struggled with multimedia, where Sonic has always excelled. It's because they didn't build a video game character inherently. They built a brand ambassador, one that could adapt to fit any situation. Sonic is about this. Sonic ain't about nothing. You thought this video was about Sonic and existentialism? No, this is a Trojan horse to talk about the Sonic propaganda, right? Sonic reboots itself every 10 years. That's why the voice actor's contract ran out way back when, right? And Roger was leaving and everyone was like, wow, where did this happen? Their contract ran out, right? And they didn't renew them for a period, right? That there's this new creative direction and TV show every 10 years. You can catch on to this. When I was a kid, there was Sonic X on Jetix, and there were 3 other Western Sonic cartoons airing on Kix and Pop. All 4 Sonic shows. They were airing at the exact same time when I grew up. This man is a titan. He's a titan. I don't like open world games. I bought Frontiers because Sonic was in it. Consume the Sonic. Buy the toys. Buy the merchandise. Sonic means so much to so many people, including myself. Are you crazy? I'm making a Sonic Riders inspired game. I love Sonic. But at its core, it doesn't mean anything. What's Sonic's existential crisis? Sonic's crisis is that it has no identity. The speed was a marketing gimmick. Blast processing was a marketing gimmick. This character has constantly been chasing trends for its entire existence. And that's not something new. It's built into its conception. So inherently, that existence could mean nothing. But similar to the games, I guess art imitates reality. Sonic does mean something to people. He inspires people to keep moving forward. He gives young kids a sense of conviction and a love of freedom. He instills this insatiable confidence. And while they use characters like Tails and Amy to project their infatuation with Sonic, equally so, they're inspired by it. Look at the fan content that's been created for this series. It's incredible. Even now, with fans joining in on the creation of official projects, animation shows, everything, it's hard for me to say it means nothing. This means nothing. You'd be lying. Sonic's meaning isn't something that we can define as something that rigid, as like, oh, Sonic is cool, Sonic is contemporary, he's radical, he's fundamentally Japanese or whatever. Sonic has whatever meaning you're willing to give it. I have a video myself talking about what Sonic means to me. That cynical person can see past all of it, right? A lot of these characters aren't really that interesting or nearly that deep. I like Silver. He's Silver. He has a cool design and cool powers. That's it. It doesn't have to be that deep. But art imitates reality. Sonic in a vacuum doesn't mean much of anything. But these characters and how they interact with and engage with him, that's what gives him meaning. That's what gives him shape. Because just as we see how he inspires them, I can see how the brand's existence continues to inspire other people. Despite not having a clear purpose or identity, it's almost beneficial in how it has so much artistic leverage to be whatever it wants to be at any given moment. It's one of the things I find most inspiring about this series. Existentialism doesn't end with a statement on how your life has no meaning. It's a new beginning to understanding what it means to you.
Wow, what a fun video about Sonic we all listened to together. Anyways, I've been making this chart of progressive hip-hop albums. Prog hop is real and it can hurt you. Anybody know anything I need to put on this? I suspect most of you watching this probably don't listen to as much weird experimental hip hop as I do. But if you do, let me know what I'm missing, what needs to be on this chart as I continue to look. And also, if you want to request me to make a chart or if you want me to review a chart that you've already made, go ahead and send some money along and I'll do it. You do it on Venmo or Cash App or Super Chat or whatever floats your boat. Whatever is easy enough for you. Whatever makes the most sense. Whatever makes me the most sense. Okay. I'm going to keep trying to find prog rap albums to add to my Prog Hop Can Hurt You chart here. Del the Funky Homo Sapien. Yeah, he's actually, let's put a 3030 on here. That's probably the most proggy Del release. 10. Yeah, that looks cool. All right. What else do I need? What else do I need? Need. Trying to decide if I think Guys Guevara counts as prog hop. But I don't think it quite... Oh, yeah. Testing by A$AP Rocky. You're right. I don't usually get SpongeBob references. What? Hey yo, it's what? Oh. Fuck it. We'll put Guys Guevara on here. Oh, did I spell it wrong? There we go. Oh, actually, yeah, let's put you down here and you right here. That's perfect. Or even better. Like that. Yeah. I like it. LaPusha paid for the next episode of Ruby. Oh my god, you're right. I guess we gotta wait for her to get here to watch that, though. Ayo. Oh yeah, Cities of Eve. I was gonna put on here. I know there's got to be like some kind of atmosphere album that belongs on here. I'm pretty sure he was the one who had the album where it's like him and another rapper, and each of them is rapping something different in each ear of the headphone at the same time. And that shit sounds fucking insane. And can't remember if that's Atmosphere or not. Where would I find collaboration albums? No, I don't want. I want Back and Forth. They're literally rapping at the same time. Latrix could be this. Latirx. Let's see. So John introduced me to this, if I'm right about which album. Yep. Yeah, I would definitely say that qualifies. Okay, so we still need 6 more prog hop albums. What about Thug Bungalow? It's like anti-progressive music or something, like some kind of reversal on the mere concept of making prog. It's got to be stuff that's really fucking out there. Like all of these are pretty fucking out there. None of this is normal music that you would just throw on and people would be like, "Oh yeah, this," you know. Actually, I think I might replace the Dialect album with Untitled, because I think that might be their most actually prog album, because it's all one song. But now that has to be moved to here, and we'll just front load To Pimp a Butterfly. Okay. All right. What else is prog hop? Boom, boom, beep, 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 boom, beep, beep, bom, beep, beep, bom, beep, beep, bom, beep, bom, beep, beep, beep. Kids See Ghosts? I'm almost more tempted. I don't think Kids See Ghosts is very proggy, but I am tempted to put The Life of Pablo on here, because I feel like that might count as prog hop. Yeah, fuck it. We'll put The Life of Pablo. It can hurt you. Prog hop is real and it can hurt you. All right. I do dislike The Life of Pablo. This isn't a list of albums I love. This is a list of prog hop albums. What makes a kind of music progressive? Typically, using not normal song structures and time signatures and stuff, like just basically using elements of music that while technically sound are not usually found in most music. Usually prog is characterized by like songs that evolve as they go and have like lots of moving parts. They're not just kind of the same thing happening over and over. There's like definitive beginning, middle, and ends. Any LP records on here yet? No. What do you think is the most? I know LP probably belongs. What is the most? I guess the Cannibal Ox album he's on. I don't know if I would flat out call this prog though, but it's definitely close. I don't know. What's more prog, Cannibal Ox or LP? I know LP has some stuff. I've never really honestly dived into his catalog as deeply as I should. Also, I'm getting a lot of stuff that's not him in this list. Hold on. Let me go to LP's actual list of albums. So I know his older shit was particularly fucking strange. Speeding Bullet to Heaven is not really a hip-hop album. Well, I don't know. I guess it could be considered prog hop. It's I don't know if I'd call it prog. It's very weird, but I wouldn't necessarily call it prog. All right, let's see. Fantastic Damage, High Water, I'll Sleep When You're Dead, or Cancer for Cure. Do you think which one of these, if one of them counts as prog, which one would you pick, LP fans? I don't know. I guess I'm sure I could just slip the Cannibal Ox on here. Nobody will complain, right? Throw that up there. Okay. Oh yeah, Lupe Fiasco, Tetsuo, and Youth. I meant to add that earlier. Okay, so we'll arrange this like that, maybe. Sure. Now I kind of feel like testing should be down here with the other yellow stuff, but I'm not sure. Okay. We need 3 more prog hop albums. I know the lack of Aesop Rock in here must be wrong, but I'm not sure what project is his most prog hop project. What is this? This looks fucked up. What did I just do? Appleseed EP? I don't know it though. This is probably just a problem of me not knowing Aesop Rock's discography enough. So I'm sure there's probably an obvious answer, right? There must be something he did that was super proggy. Aesop's beats are too straightforward. I agree with you for the most part. I'm thinking, but he's been on other people's stuff too. Like the Uncluded almost feels like a prog hop album to me, but it's more like it's like part prog hop and part just like an indie rock album, at the same time. But I feel like it feels odd to not even think that there's a prog Aesop Rock album. Let's see, because like again, there's lots of experimental hip hop, but nothing that's quite on the level of like these are all albums that at least for a first-time viewer or listener are going to make you think, what the fuck am I listening to? At some point, for sure. You will definitely feel like, what in the flying fuck am I listening to? Gary, we already put clipping in here. We got visions of bodies being burned on the first line here. Yeah, I agree. Aesop's mostly the bars are. Oh yeah, Ka. Yeah, that could probably be on here. Those are some pretty interesting. What was that one with the sword? Is that the one you were talking about? Let's see. Descendants of Cain. Yeah, this shit. Let's rearrange a little bit again. Let's see. Put this maybe here. No, that'll work. All right, we still need two more. Is there like a really proggy Billy Woods album? Honor Killed the Samurai is the one I was thinking of. I think this one's even more prog though, the one you suggested. I remember it. I haven't listened to a ton of Ka, but I've heard it a few times. I also feel like there must be like a Milo / Rap Ferreira. Yeah, Scallops Hotel maybe. This is a red wall. Maybe that was a different. Which one? What was the actual name of the Milo Redwall album? This motherfucker uses too many goddamn names. Boyle and Piles, yes. Sure, we'll go with that one. Let's say maybe like this. And then we just need one more. Let's start it off with that so that we've got this like white to gray gradient kind of thing going on as it washes back. And then we'll put this actually down there so that it's closer to the yellow area. Yes. All right. Hiding places, or is that too approachable? I think it's a little too approachable in the sense that it's the first Billy Woods album I actually was able to really listen to because it was so approachable. I feel like his other stuff's got to be even weirder than that, though, right? I don't know. There must be like a. Oh, what about what's his fucking name? Quelle Chris. This shit. Let's go with that one. I will move that. No, I fucked it up. Fuck, I moved everything out of where I wanted it. I feel like this kind of works, right? Anything that obviously could be moved to make it more aesthetically pleasing? Not really. All right, well, there you go. Prog hop is real and it can hurt you. Any Doom on here? No, I didn't think about Doom. What is the most prog Doom album? I can't really. Doom all kind of sounds the same to me for the most part, so it's hard for me to think of it as like a super proggy. But yeah, this is all stuff that you listen to it, you'll be like, what am I listening to? I think on first blush. So yeah, prog rap, prog hop rather. We did it, gang. We've invented another genre right here on the stream. I am going to post it to Twitter. All right. Dope shit. We did it, gang. More chart action. All right, Centipede's anime stuff just sent me $10 and says, sent you a music 6x5 and an anime 5x3 on Twitter. Interesting. What's with the formats? Couldn't a 5x3 have been a 4x? No, I'm thinking the math wrong. No, okay, yeah, whatever. Cool. Let's go for it. All right, favorite albums chart. We've got this Daughters album that's really spooky. The Cranberries, interesting. I've never seen someone have the Cranberries on their favorites before. If anybody doesn't know them, that's Zombie. They're pretty good. Interpol, I really like Evil from this album, which is funny because I didn't like it when it came out, but I eventually came to really like it. But I've never really gotten deeper into the album. I know there's a couple songs I like. I've never gotten into the Arcade Fire. This is one of my favorite albums, of course. Silver Mount Zion. You know, I don't think I've heard this one, actually. I really like Fuck Off, Get Free, We Pour Light on Everything, but I always struggled to go back through their albums. The Glow, again, I've talked about it a little bit. I think it's a really good album, but it's hard to sit and listen to. OK Computer, I have mixed feelings about this album. I like Paranoid Android. I like what's it called? The United States of America or something like that. But most of it's kind of boring to me. Sarah Louise, please don't forget get. What are you talking about? Is that a microphones reference? I know you're a big fan. I've never cared for In the Airplane Over the Sea except for the first 3-part song, I guess you would call it. I like the beginning. I don't like anything after that. I never got into this La Dispute album. I don't think I've ever heard. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Women by Public Strain by Women. Don't know it. Never heard this. Modest Mouse is a long drive for someone with nothing to think about. I've never really liked this album very much. I like a couple of songs from Good News for people who like bad news. And that's about all the Modest Mouse I really like. And Dashboard's a good song. I like their singles, basically. Everything else is a little too much for me. I love the Penny and Stocking soundtrack. Phenomenal dance music. I don't know this one at all. Little Sims, Sometimes I Might Be Introvert. I have not listened to it. I'll give it a shot. I've been building, I mentioned this earlier, I've been building a playlist called Mama New School, about all of the mamas of the new school. And Little Sims probably belongs on that playlist. I've also never heard of Tired Minds. The Body is a Burden. I've never even heard of this. I don't really care for Kids See Ghosts very much. I think it's okay. There's no song on there I love in particular. Shoo Shoo is too fucking scary for me. This album is terrifying. Same with, again, Swans, The Seer, too scary. More Swans, also too scary. Although I have listened to To Be Kind by far the most of any Swans album, just because that's the one that came out at the time that I found out about them. That and also their first album, Filth. Filth is actually the one I like because I used to work out to that. Weezer's Blue Album, I kind of mentioned this earlier. I like a few of the songs. I like the singles. The rest of it I could take or leave pretty much. Kid A is all right. This is probably the Radiohead album I've listened to the most times, but Radiohead music just doesn't click with me. It's even when I like it, it just feels like it goes in one ear and out the other and never really leaves an impact. Kid A and A Moon-Shaped Pool are probably my two favorites from them, and even that I don't really care. When I see this album cover, I start hearing the first song and I'm like, dee 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 doo ding 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 ding, and I'm just like, Kid A, yeah, that's Kid A. The Money Store, I love, one of my favorites. It's really hard for me to decide a favorite Death Grips album. I usually go with Ex-Military because I feel like I like the most of Ex-Military, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I like each part of it more than Hacker is the greatest song ever made. Hacker is just perfect. It's just an absolutely perfect song. And the album's great. Have a Nice Life, Death Consciousness, and Boris's Flood. I've talked about this before, but these used to be my go-to-bed album. Actually, Slint Spiderland too. This is very much the I'm going to bed in 2011 album pack stuff I was listening to get to sleep in the early part of my like doing YouTube videos. I don't listen to music when I go to bed anymore because I'm always sharing a room, and I've just gotten used to not needing music all the time the way I used to. I used to like not handle not listening to music. So I've gotten over that. But back in that period, I used to spin these a lot. This one, Slint Spiderland, classic album. I listened to this over and over again while reading House of Leaves for like a week. That was fun. I've never really gotten into Bob Dylan. I think his voice is fucking obnoxious. Close to the Edge is a good album. I never got as much into this as I have Fragile, but I think part of that is that like it's hard to have a second Yes album to me because they I don't know, Yes songs all kind of sound exactly the same in my mind. But maybe I just need to get into it more. I didn't like Heart of the Sunrise that much at first either, but eventually I got really into it. This Primus album, I don't think I've heard in full, but I like Primus in kind of a general sense. Like they're interesting, they're fun, they're wacky. Everything they do is unique. None of their songs sound like anybody else's songs, so that's cool. And I don't recognize this album. Björk. Oh, it's Björk, Vespertine. Yeah, I've never listened to this one. The only Björk albums I've really listened to a lot are Homogenic and Post. Because they got fun songs on them, not just harrowing stuff. All right, so that's good taste, I would say. Solid taste. Definitely a lot of classic albums on here. I wouldn't say it's especially unique. I didn't see a ton of stuff that sent me to like, wow, Cranberries I don't see very often. Lil Sims, I don't really even know her work. There's a couple albums I didn't even really recognize, but most of this is stuff I've definitely seen on a lot of favorites lists. So, solid stuff. All right. Now, anime. I'm also seeing a lot of stuff that I've seen on a lot of favorites lists here, but there's a bit of a distinct flavor. So we got K-On!, obviously one of my favorites, classic moe slice of life show about just friends coming together. Evangelion, classic psychological drama about the world ending. Dead Leaves, maybe the most spasmodic animation showcase possible. Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, I think this movie is definitely super overrated. Not even having rewatched it recently, just it's incredibly verbose. It's way too long. Most of it's not memorable. I suspect this movie probably doesn't hold up to rewatches super well, but I maybe I'm speaking out of my ass. I haven't watched it in a long time. I rewatched the Haruhi show with Bird and I didn't really enjoy it. So I feel like I'm kind of cold on Haruhi for now. The Cat Returns, I still haven't seen. This is like one of the only Ghibli movies I still have not managed to watch yet. Don't know why. It's always nice to have a few in the bag, I guess. A few things you haven't seen yet that are supposed to be good. My Neighbor Totoro, classic, one of the greatest anime films of all time. Fooly Cooly, a personal favorite. Nazca, obviously, again, a classic. Lucky Star on yet another chart. So I'm seeing a Kyoto Animation brand of cute girls doing cute things appreciation here. You got 3 KyoAnis. Interesting that nothing else from this genre is here, though. And in particular, that this is so 2009, 2010 focused. Like, it feels like you were only into cute girl or like into Kyoto Animation in 2010. Like, you caught up to their shows right then and then never watched another one afterwards. Can I explain what that movie's about real quick? Which one? Which one, Ellen? Are you talking about My Neighbor Totoro or Nazca or Haruhi? Berserk, classic, obviously. Ghost in the Shell, classic, obviously. Cowboy Bebop, classic, obviously. Only Yesterday, another phenomenal Ghibli film. Then we've got our left hook here. Oh, okay, you're making a joke about me explaining Haruhi. I forgot that was a whole meme on We Watch Anime, that up until we watched the show, we kept joking about how hard it was to explain the show. Ghost Stories, famous for its comedy dub. I've never actually watched this whole show. I've just seen clips from it that seemed pretty funny. And Memories, a classic film written by, well, at least the first part of it written by Satoshi Kon. All three parts are interesting, but Magnetic Rose is usually the one that people cite as like, oh my God, masterful animation. So yeah, what fascinates me about this is that we've got like half of it are just, no, more than half are out and out classics, just like the anime that everyone knows are good. Neon Genesis, My Neighbor Totoro, Fooly Cooly, Ghost in the Shell, Cowboy Bebop, these like things that have been hits in the United States for a really long time. Berserk. And then like just kind of thrown in there is Haruhi, K-On! And Lucky Star. Like, I mean, Dead Leaves is a little out of place in that not everybody considers it a classic. That's kind of like you have to have specific taste to like Dead Leaves, but it's not weird for it to be in a list of like artsy, deep, like classic movies and shows. K-On!, Haruhi, and Lucky Star feel like a totally different category from the rest of what's in this chart, and that fascinates me. Because I feel like there's lots of stuff that is comparable to them, but maybe not necessarily as good. And it makes me curious if you like those genres and these are just like the cream of the crop of those genres, or is it like these are the only ones you liked for those genres, and otherwise your taste just isn't like that. I guess in terms like this makes me want to recommend you stuff because I feel like this list says to me that you maybe haven't seen a whole ton of anime. I would definitely recommend any Ghibli films you haven't watched. Obviously, you should watch them. Any Kyoto Animation shows you haven't seen, you should probably check out. Go watch Kobayashi's Maid Dragon if you haven't yet. Anything else from Hiroyuki Maishi. And then I just feel like with this kind of taste, there's lots of like second string artsy shows that you guaranteed would like. Like this is the kind of taste where I expect to see like a Haibane Renmei or Kino's Journey or something, or like Aru Tabibito no Nikki just like slip in there, or like some kind of odd short or something like that. You've seen about 200 anime. Okay, that sounds right to me based on this chart. This is the anime chart of somebody who has seen about 200 shows. And I would say your taste is similar enough to mine. I mean, you just like stuff that's good. That's the read I got here is you like stuff that is good. So, watch Sangatsu no Lion, watch Shirobako, watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes. You will probably enjoy these shows. Like, just go watch stuff that is good. You're probably going to like it. And over time, I'd be really curious to see what got replaced out of this. Like if you just watched a whole lot, most of it's pre-cured Pokemon, that's funny. Okay, so you definitely like cutesy stuff. You just haven't liked a pre-cure enough for it to break this, I guess, or a Pokemon enough for it to break this. But there's definitely cutesy stuff that is as good as K-On! Or Lucky Star that could maybe end up. You should watch Humanity Has Declined. Tell me what you think about that show. I'm just really curious what would break into this and what would get kicked out of this. Like what would be first to go? Would it be Memories and Ghost Stories and Only Yesterday and Cowboy Bebop? I'll just kind of get clipped off the bottom here. Like there must be a point at which the passion falls off, so I'm curious what would push this stuff out. Bocchi the Rock. Yeah, that would be another good recommendation. All right. Well, that was fun. That was good. Good stuff. I have to fucking piss again. I have to piss like a leaky fucking faucet. I feel like every time I finish something, my urge to piss resurfaces, and I'm like, uh-oh. It's time again. The time has arisen once more that we shall go and do the pissing. What should I play while I do this, though? What do I want you to watch while I pee? That Sonic video was pretty lit, wasn't it? Everybody just seemed to pay attention to it without fail. I'll just put this on repeat until I get back. How many times did you watch him play Iron Maiden without distortion just now? Was it once or twice? I don't have Bochi logged on Mal, really? That can't be true. I mean, it can be true. It obviously can be true, because I'm a fool in many ways. What the fuck? I forgot to add Bochi to my list. Yeah, I mean, if you are a patron of $5 or more, then you will know we did a whole commentary on this show. Well, not a commentary, but a 5-hour long review of this show for one of our bonus episodes that we were doing for a time. Let's see, how far back are the bonus episodes here? We did a Haruhi Sumiya episode. We did the We Read Manga episode. We did Keep Your Hands Off the Azoken, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and Bochi the Rock was the first one. And that one's like 5 hours long. Or something like that. 4 hours. It's at least 4 hours long, if I remember. Landon says, I tweeted you in a games 3x3 if you want to roast me, but you didn't pay any money for it, Landon. Why would you get a freebie when everybody else had to pay, huh? What makes you think you're so special? I haven't played I've only played like I've played 3 of these games, so I've played Halo, Conquer, and Shadow of the Colossus. Didn't really care for Conquer. The writing is great. The actual mechanics of the game suck. That's my hot take on Conquer's Bad Fur Day. Awesome voice acting. Not a fun game. Actually, frustrating game. Why does everyone have such a normie taste in games? I know. Why can't everybody get into cute-em-ups like me and just have an entire... I'm going to get to a point where I can have my cute-em-up 3x3. That's when things are going to really get exciting. I don't know which Kiki Kai Kai is my favorite yet. I've only played through Pocky and Rocky with Becky, which is the Game Boy Advanced remake of the Super Nintendo game, I believe, with some added content. But I really want to play that new one, Reshrined. This game looks fucking gorgeous. This is like one of the best like remasters I've seen, and of course none of the images are loading, so you know that's totally something I can show you right now. Fucking show me the pictures. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't care. You've never heard of Pocky and Rocky. Why am I even pretending? Nobody knows what a Pocky or a Rocky or a Becky is. Game series. Okay, but how do I find out which ones are cute-em-ups, though? Best cute-em-ups. Fantasy Zone. This is a shitty Reddit thread. Why did this come up? Hey, here we go. No, this could be helpful. Both of these could be helpful. This is more like it. This is what I want. Big list of cute-em-ups. Cotton is awesome. I don't know. Proto Corgi? What is this? Proto Corgi. 75% off. Looks like a bunch of animals. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ore wa Ryaru no Justice. Cute idea, but it looks kind of mid. Like gameplay wise, just doesn't look that fun. Okay. I do want Mushihime-sama, even though it's too hard. And Death Smiles, even though it's too hard. Bumble Pig? Bumble Pig. Oh, this is somebody else's review. Wait, it's on the Xbox? Oh. Oh, you're a bee and a pig. So it's like not a shooter, it's like a more of a dodge and pollinate, I guess, type of a thing. I appreciate how unique that looks, but I don't know if it looks fun. Flying hamster. Flight of the Hamsters. No, that's not the same thing. I want Flying Hamster. This appears to be an iPhone game? Oh, an iPad game. But is it any good is the question. Because I could use a new iPhone game if I can play it on my iPhone. Seems like it only exists as it's only even mentioned on the App Store. Oh, LaPusha's back. All right. It's fucking Ruby time. Bird's not here to watch it with us. He's asleep, I assume, still. We're on what, 9? No, we already did 9. 10? Right, 9 was totally worthless after 8 had been a thing. I'm sucking dick in London and in Florida and in France. Shitting my face again. Shitting on my house. Woo! Let's go. It gets me so hyped to watch Ruby.
Trying to focus. Oh, sorry.
All right, let the match begin. Aha! Wasn't expecting
The monster
that,
designs.
were you?
The monster designs are not terrible in this show, but they do not look like they belong to the same show as the characters.
Hang in there, Weiss.
Maybe that's the point. I don't know.
Bold you approach. I like it.
Come on, Weiss. Show it who's boss.
Oh, now what will you do without your weapon?
Weiss, go for its belly. There's no armor underneath. Two.
Bravo!
That was all right.
Bravo! It appears we are indeed in the presence of a true huntress in training. I'm
Gary,
afraid
I
that's
too
all the
wish the
time we
characters
have for
could
today.
emote. It's mostly
Be
Vice.
sure to cover
She's
the
the one
assigned
who
meetings and
her expression
stay
does
vigilant.
the least
Class dismissed.
reflection of her attitude, Like, she always just kind of looks vaguely consternated.
What's with her?
Weiss, what? What's wrong with you? Why are you being... What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be a leader, and all you've been so far is a nuisance. What
Damn.
did I do? That's just it. You've done nothing to earn your position. Back in the forest, you acted like like a child, and you've only continued to do so. Lace, where is this coming from? What happened to all the talk about being together? I thought you believed in acting as a team.
At least their
Not a
voices
team
are cute.
Led by you. I've studied and trained, and quite frankly, I deserve better. Ozpin made a mistake.
It feels like watching a like high school play. Like it has the energy of watching high schoolers do like, you know, dialogue that like is already kind of hacky and bad, but they're really giving it their all, which kind of makes it even hackier and even worse, but in a way that's charming because you're like, well, at least they're giving it their all, you know, like that's kind of how it feels. At least they really tried their best.
Go very well.
Is she right? Did you make a mistake?
That remains to be seen.
And I'll say, I want to emphasize this. RWBY is not bad because of any amount of laziness on the part of its creators. It is bad because they didn't know what they're doing. They tried, though. They definitely tried really hard.
Professor Port,
Ah, Miss Shani. And to what do I owe this fine pleasure?
I enjoyed your lecture.
Of course you did, child. You have the blood of a true huntress in you.
You really think so?
Most surely. Something's troubling you.
Yes, sir.
Dear girl, confess to me your strife.
They tried so hard and got so
I
far.
think I
Indeed,
should have been
Ellen.
the leader of Team RWBY.
It is too genuine to really hate. I'm with you, Amy. And like, why did this happen? Why did I go mute? Literally, why? What caused this? I have no fucking idea. I'm with you, Amy, and then it muted. Great. So I like an entire fucking rant. Why? Why did it mute? This makes no fucking sense. Anyway, what I was saying is that yes, it's hard to dislike it because it is so authentic feeling, and so it's not their fault it got popular. They started making a show used to the best of their abilities. The show becomes incredibly successful, and now they have to continue making it and making it as good as they can. But like, people have this imagination that if you come into a bunch of money, you can now just magically make your thing good. And it's like, well, that requires you hiring people who know what they're doing. And you don't know if you can work with those people, if those people will want to work with you, if they're going to understand the vision of what you're doing, if they're really worth what you're going to pay for them. If people like the show anyways, why change it? Why try to make it better if it's already popular? This is usually what all the stuff that starts going through companies' heads. Same thing goes with like Pokemon, with the Pokemon games. People are always like, you got the most successful franchise of all time. Couldn't you just throw a bunch of money at it? And it's like, well, sure, if we want to hire 300 new people and then have to spend all this time vetting and training all of these new employees, or we can just keep the same people who've been making the games the whole time and have them do it to the best of their abilities, and it's going to sell anyways. You know, it's not going to matter that it wasn't the best it could possibly be because it's Pokemon. You know, it just has to not be shitty and it'll be fine. So like, and y'all is saying by the time when we get to volume 5 after Monty is dead and everyone really did stop trying, I believe that's very possible. And I think, I can't remember if he was dead or not when I met Austin Hardwick, who's the animator off this show that I met before, 3D animator, who's, you know, was a really cool guy. And like meeting him, I met him at Crunchyroll Expo, and he told me he was on RWBY, and I, you know, laughed at him, and he was like, yeah, I know. And he was like, we're like the way he put it to me was basically like the process of making RWBY was mostly putting out fires. It was mostly figuring out why things weren't working. You know, like it wasn't we nailed it in one go. It was like a struggle to get to this, you know. So whatever you're seeing, it took a lot to get to this. Because again, this is just completely independent people. They're not working with traditionally, you know, a studio. They bring on new hires and they are meeting people who've been doing it for 40 years, you know, who are at the head of the studio, who can teach all these things to people. Like these are just literally self-trained animators, like at home. So, well, I mean, some of them had like college education in animation, I'm sure, but they're not fucking geniuses, you know?
That's preposterous.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's only been one day. Ruby, I've made more mistakes than any man, woman, and child on this planet. But at this moment, I would not consider your appointment to leader to be one of them. Do you?
Excuse me?
I've believed in Professor Osborn for many years, and the man's never once led me astray.
So you would just blindly accept his decision even after seeing how exceptional I am?
With all due respect, your exceptional skill on the battlefield is matched only by your poor attitude.
Dare you?
My point exactly. I see a girl.
Also, even though I don't enjoy this episode very much because it's very trite, this is the first one that has felt like a conventional show, like where there's like it's clear what it's trying to say about the characters, like what it's setting up and establishing about the world and characters. Like I can understand what's happening in this episode. It doesn't feel like it's just dumping random information that questionably means anything in between characters making dumb jokes at each other.
Girl before me who has spent her entire life getting exactly what she wanted.
That's not even remotely true. Well, not entirely true.
Being a team leader isn't just a title you carry in the back.
That echo effect on his voice made it sound like like it was like a voice inside my head for a second. I was like, what is the voice of God is speaking to me suddenly?
Badge you wear constantly. If you are not always performing at your absolute best, then what reason do you give others to follow you?
So the outcome did not fall in your favor. Do you really believe that acting in such a manner would cause those in power to reconsider their decision? So instead of fretting about what you
This
don't
has
have,
117
favor what you
episodes.
do. Hone your skills.
Really?
Be not the best leader, but the best person you can be.
You've been burdened with a daunting responsibility, Ruby. I advise you take some time to think about how you will uphold it.
Just to respond to Amy real quick, who says, I'm so relating to Ruby in a weird way because of that project of mine, just starting a webcomic at random without practicing to prepare for it. I'm going to say also, I think that's the right way to create stuff. Don't wait till you're good or whatever. Just like, because the only way you're going to get good is by making things. So you just got to make things to your level and see how quickly you figure out how to fix shit. I've always been fascinated by this Film Crit Hulk article he wrote about Donald Glover. Actually, I'll just read it so I don't end up accidentally paraphrasing it wrong. It's not very long for a Film Crit Hulk article. The non-crisis of infinite Donald Glovers. Yeah, okay, this is fairly short. For many years, Donald Glover has been considered the wonderkind of, well, whatever he was attempting at the moment. It's safe to say he stood out from the very beginning. From those amazing first days of Derek comedy, the sketch Jerry willed into the pantheon through the sheer commitment and subtle tics of the performance. He then became a writer for the golden age of 30 Rock. Everyone blindly credits him with writing Tracy's character, which is as reductive an assumption as you can make. Even Tina Fey said he mostly channeled Kenneth's voice, while her daughter came up with some of Tracy's best stuff. Then Glover started doing stand-up, and in almost no time, he built a pretty solid half hour. He then got a job on camera and became a standout star in Community once Harmon & Company realized his dexterity and how much he could really do. Cue Donald Glover crying is the funniest thing ever. Let's go watch that real quick.
Why am I crying? Would I accidentally listen to Come Sail Away by Styx again?
No, Eddie! What is going on in there? Why? What is taking so long? I wasted all day here for you. The Soul Train award for tonight. You
It's okay.
You better when you were smoking.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're right. My feet are long and stupid. You can't unring that bell.
I don't understand. You at all.
You know what? Totally wrong room.
It's not. Me and Jeff made it because it made you look more like the Cookie Crisp.
Okay. Enough of that. In Hollywood terms, he was on fire. Everyone wanted him in their thing. Everyone. But right at the height, he went into music pretty much full time. Yes, he had been working on it already, starting with 2010's Fun and Goofy, Cul-de-sac, and I Am Just a Rapper EPs, but you could hear a guy who wanted to be taken seriously, even though his strength at the time was clearly in having fun. Freaks and Geeks was the turning point song that not only felt like the combination of his humor and harder aspirations, but actually struck a chord with music fans. The following album, Camp, mostly displayed growing pains, yet by the time Because the Internet came out, he was one of the more distinct voices in hip-hop. And I'll admit, I thought that would be his path now, that he was finally settling into something he worked so damn hard for. Then came Atlanta, which is not only one of the best shows on television, but one that surprised me. After seeing his short Clapping for the Wrong Reasons, I will honestly admit that this is a show I never imagined he could make. It's not only perfectly constructed, but so well told, so well observed, so understanding of the power of the digressions that he seemingly includes off instinct. Formally, it's perfect. I've been thumbing around writing about it for a little bit, which, by the way, I totally agree. Atlanta, perfect show. I've been thumbing around writing about it for a little bit, but then last night I happened to see that Glover had a new album out, so I started listening to Awaken My Love, and holy shit, it's a straight soul album, and it's fucking incredible. I thought I might be insane in my evaluation, but then I saw this Questlove post. I'm not going to read this. Fuck Questlove. I don't care. You look at the tenor of this statement, particularly the fresh millennial 2016 hip-hop shit. You look at the tenor of my earlier comment about Atlanta. You look at the tenor of expectations of his rapping when he started. You look at the tenor of his acting career. You look at the tenor, everything. You see the same constant reaction. I didn't know he had this in him. Let's be clear about one thing. Donald Glover is a bona fide genius. I suspect we're not quick to say this for a few reasons. One, that's a designation we usually save for egocentric white guys who mostly use it as an excuse to be jerks. Random test for you. Name the last woman you referred to as a genius. Well, I mean, if we're talking about me, I immediately Yoko Kanno comes to mind, or fuck, her name's slipping, Naoko Yamada. You know, like I can think of a number of women. Wata, the guitarist from Boris, is obviously a genius. Anyway, 2, he's young. 3, he's black. So instead, people say he's talented, which is all bullshit. But it's even more complicated because I think society has a dumb way of looking at genius anyways, because I would happily argue the mark of genius is not in someone's ability to be good at things immediately. Nobody's good at anything the first time. I think the mark of genius is how much they learn between their first failing attempt and their second attempt, and in every attempt thereafter. For every genius I've ever met is an insatiable, fast learner. This is what separates me from a genius, people. I learn a little quickly, maybe. I pick up on a couple. I'm slow. I'm fucking slow. I'll reach the right conclusion. It'll take me fucking forever. That's what I don't. That's why I can't just flip genres and go become a master musician. I've managed to fuck it up over and over and over again and only make very small improvements. Nothing like the leaps that this guy was making between his albums. The titanic leaps that he's made in each category he's been involved with, you know, just figuring out so quickly what you need to do. I can't do that. Donald Glover is one of the fastest learners I've ever seen. Case in point, Atlanta, because that was not the show he originally pitched way back when, but he spent years trying to get it right, figuring out how to accomplish the vision he was after. This was something built through commitment. Just look at how much earlier work he did with director Hiro Murai in terms of figuring out how their unique tone works. Also, go through all of Glover's albums and you can see him figuring it out too. Watch the first season of Community and then watch the height of his delightful lunacy in later seasons. Watch his early stand-up in comparison to his special. He's not someone who is just good at everything. He's someone who works insanely hard at everything that he puts his mind to. I've discovered that people don't really like that answer. For not only does the solution of hard work just bore people, but the bigger truth is that we like knowing who people are in a more concrete sense. We like having a lock on them. We like putting them in a box and understanding that box. And to me, it gets into this whole conversation about identity and artistry. Because while people love to debate whether Kanye is a genius or an idiot, people on both sides are still certain who he is. And in a way, what they're debating is his relative goodness. But I think people have a different kind of trouble with Glover because they don't know who he is as an artist, largely because of the constant change. I remember having a recent conversation with someone about Glover a few years ago, and because the internet was coming out, and they were having a tough time because they felt Glover had a strange relationship to his blackness. They wish-washed around what they were saying, but eventually got to the point that his relationship with race seemed contradictory when considering the breadth of Donald Glover's career. Surprised, this person was white and seemed to like his dorky, comedy-friendly origins. 1, a strange relationship is a relationship, and 2, I want to find that person now and be like, is Atlanta clear enough for you? I remember this person saying that he had a problem with it feeling there were infinite Donald Glovers, and how the hell can we relate to infinite? I not only think that is overblown, but I also think Glover's relationship with the word has evolved 10 times over, just like everyone's relationship with the culture around them evolves 10 times over. We just tend to have more subtle shifts. Meanwhile, Glover's an incredibly rare Renaissance figure who must constantly battle a set prism of certain expectations based on the boxes that he explores, some normal, some with the pressures of race, comedy, and hip-hop. And that pretty much sucks because we're missing the best part of it. We're missing the delight that comes in him just straight up aping Bowie in one of the songs on his new album. If we're concentrating on his misdirected performance in The Martian, then we're missing how that same person has created one of the best shows on television. We shouldn't care that there have been and still are infinite Donald Glovers. This is not a crisis. This is a blessing because this is how you get the joy of surprise. Anyway, I like that article. So I wanted to read it to you. Let's finish this fucking Ruby episode. I think Ellen said, I cannot hear this without imagining that you're talking about Glover, the platformer mascot. Glover, the greatest genius of our time. Amy, that John Ford person sounds interesting. I'll look into them.
Weiss, I was studying and then I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
Sure you did, Ruby.
How do you take your coffee? I don't. Answer the
This-
question. Cream and 5 sugars. Don't move.
She's gonna blow her. Nope.
Here.
Cute.
Thanks, Weiss.
Coffee up.
Ruby, I think you have what it takes to be a good leader.
No, you don't.
Just know.
Don't fucking
that
lie.
I am going to be the best teammate you will ever have. Good luck studying. That's wrong, by the way. Hey, Ruby,
What was she pointing at?
I always wanted bunk beds as a kid.
Wow, they're gay. All right. We did it, gang. We made it through Ruby chapter 10. That one was not as bad as some of the early ones. I didn't like how quickly Weiss just like was basically told, hey, you should act different. And then she was like, all right, I'll just act exactly the way I should have been the whole time now. Like, I guess she knew how she should be acting. She just needed to be told that she should do it more, I guess. I don't know. They're definitely gay. I can't see how it's possible that they would not be gay. Unless one of them gets dicked down later and is like, oh shit, I'm not gay at all. But they seem pretty fucking gay to me. Oh. I don't think penises exist in Ruby Welfare. They probably got Ken doll crotches. Hello, Xana. Welcome back. Xana says, hi there, y'all. I'm Xana. It rhymes with banana. I used to watch you when I was a teenager, but just recently got back into your work. It seems we're both trans now. Lol. Yeah, I get that a lot. There's something in the water of whatever we were all drinking back then, I guess. The brony water or the I don't know. How long ago were you a teenager? I can figure out how you got into my channel. I legitimately have gotten no less than 50 to 100, somewhere between 50 and 100 messages from people telling me that they transitioned also. Like people who said, I used to watch your content, I came back, and I'm also trans now. Half the people in this chat are among those. And there's plenty of others. Mochipan with $15 says to go rate your favorite albums chart. And then Masiko Y with $10 says, I sent you my 4x4s from Broccoli Sanchez. All right. Looks like it's time for some big fucking reviews of 4x4s and shit. Charts and shit. Here we go. Wait, these are out of order. Mochipan. Wait, this was you, right? Mochipan, right? No, you had the other... You sent them like this. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Problem solved. Okay, this is fascinating, actually. Right off the bat, I have never seen this musical taste before. This is immediately interesting to me because it's not that I've never seen anybody who has each of these albums individually. I've never seen a favorites list with this combination of albums on it. Like right away, Doggy Style throws me for a huge loop because it's like the only hip hop album on the whole list. And don't get me wrong, I think this is one of the greatest hip hop albums of the 90s at the very least. I don't know how many times I've listened to the entire album, but it's got so many good. Murder Was the Case. Phenomenal song. Fucking obviously Gin and Juice. What else is on this fucking thing? You got, of course, the Wikipedia article is 1 billion years long for this album. Yeah, Gin and Juice, Lottie Dottie, Murder Was the Case, Serial Killer is really fucking fun. I think Serial Killer is probably my Serial Killer and Murder Was the Case. This is my favorite. This is like the birth of horrorcore to me, you know, like you hear this, you're like, wait a minute, they were making songs that sounded like this in the fucking early 90s? That's crazy. What year was this? 93. Yeah, good shit. Very, very good album. But it's the only hip hop album I see. Unless there's some of the ones I don't recognize maybe might be. Anyway, I don't know this Strokes album at all, actually. I know the Strokes, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know one of these songs. I don't know this Vampire Weekend album either. I've never gotten into Vampire Weekend. I've never listened to Boy Pablo. Never seen this before. Cool looking album cover. I like the combination of the very odd motorcycle design and this cool text. Black Kids Party Traumatic. I've never heard of this. Is it really it's not like a band full of white kids and they're called black kids, is it? That'd be weird. Okay. I guess I needed the whole title there. Indie rock band Black Kids. Are they literally white though? And they called themselves Black? Or this person looks like they might not be white, I guess. Odd name for a white band. I'm just saying. But you know, I've never heard them, so maybe they're really cool. I have no idea. Phoenix T Amo. I've only known Phoenix through my former partner had made some lyric videos for them like way back in the day. There's 2 black members. Okay, I guess I just can't tell through this image. Still weird. They've got like half the band is white. It's just an odd thing to call your band with a bunch of white people in it. I'm not even necessarily complaining. I'm just kind of channeling my inner JPEG Mafia. That was, you know, he got mad at Death Grips for having an album called N-Words on the Mood when they had 2 white guys in the band. So, you know, even if it is a Del the Funky Homo Sapien reference, not that he held it against them. Apparently he's trying to work with them now. So we'll see how that goes. That'd be interesting. Okay, so I've never heard this Phoenix album. I only know a couple of their songs. I have not heard this Aqua album, although I this is the one with a Barbie girl, right? I know that Jesse swears by this album as like an absolute classic. So I'm willing to believe it's true. I don't know Moe Shop Moe Moe, but I must say I love this cover art. Phenomenal. Obviously something I would expect to see on my Twitter feed and retweet it instantly. But I've never heard Moe Moe from Moe Shop. Great name, though. Maybe one of the white people is named Black. That'd be funny. Like they're all like their last name is all Black or something. Passion Pit. I have maybe heard this. I know I've heard their first album and their second out. I didn't like their second one. I don't think this is either of those though. So I don't think I've heard this. Mac DeMarco, Salad Days. This is all right. All my friends in high school were really into Mac DeMarco. I always it's like too laid back for me for the most part. Too chill and too pimp. A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. I don't love this whole album, but there are a few songs on here that are absolute classics. Obviously, I Write Sins, Not Tragedies was like the big one from its time. And that's another one of those where like at the time I was very pretentiously like trying to pretend I didn't like that song, but now I turn the fuck up when that song comes on. But my favorite from this was always, oh fuck, what's the actual name of it? There's fucking names of the dumbest titles. Swear to shake it up if you swear to listen. We're still so young, desperate for attention. I aim to be your eyes. What the fuck is that song called? My voice is fucking haggard right now. Swear to shake it up. You swear to listen. Swear to shake it up. You swear to listen. Swear to shake it up. You swear to listen. Swear to shake it up. Swear to shake it up. That song, I heard that first because of this store my mom used to work for. It's not around anymore. It was in Newport News called Fantasy. It was like they sold like smoke paraphernalia and tons of records. They just had like all kinds of obscure shit basically. And they had like a bin of samplers in the front of the store. And I collected the like Panic at the Disco sampler that just had that song on it. Why can't I remember the fucking name? I've listened to this song so many fucking times. Sit tight, I'm gonna need you to keep talking. Come on, just clap, clap, clap your fingers for me. I can't remember. This also has the only difference between Lying and I can't remember any of them. Their names are so fucking long. Every song is a whole sentence. Whatever. It's a decent album. Okay. I never heard Breathe Carolina. I only know Pumped Up Kicks from this album. Another song that at the time I really turned my nose up at, and now I've kind of begrudgingly been like, you know what? It's catchy. It's fine. It's a good song. Never got into Owl City. Space Pony is wonderful. Love So Great and Powerful. Phenomenal 3 songs. I've never heard Julieta Venegas. Don't know about her. Lemon Demon Spirit Phone. Very fun album. I should probably give this another shot. I remember at the time being a little put off by like the production sound of it. My brother Victor recently just got into this album and was recommending it, and I'm like, I remember Touchtone Telephone, and that's it. But it's good stuff. I've never heard Kenshi Yonezu. I've never heard Metro Station. I think I've heard Madeon. This is like a electronic dance producer, right? Or something like that. I might have heard their stuff. Lucky Kilimanjaro, I've never heard of. Dorian Electra's Flamboyant. This is a very fun album. Dorian Electra's kind of hit or miss with me, but I love their whole gimmick. Dorian has transcended gender more than anybody else. Nobody has ever made gender feel. Dorian Electra is like if Revolution, if not even Utena, if like every Ikuhara show combined into one and became a person, that would be Dorian Electra. Dorian Electra is like like if you know, the fantasy of all queers like amalgamated into a human and was given life. I honestly don't think you could have even had Lil Nas X without Dorian Electra paving the way. You know, Dorian's less popular, but I think Lil Nas's whole aesthetic comes from Dorian Electra pretty much. They were doing it like right before, like doing the whole, you know, making fun of the religious Satan stuff, like right before Lil Nas did it, to just like maybe a 10th of the audience, maybe even 100th of the audience, you know. But there's no way Lil Nas wouldn't have seen it, being a gay rapper from the internet. There's no way he didn't know about Dorian Electra. That's right. I'm calling you out, Lil Nas X. You ripped off Dorian's whole aesthetic. That's right. I'm starting beef with Lil Nas X, bitch. I can out rap you and I can suck more dick. Fight me IRL, punk, bitch, motherfucker. I'm going all in. Lil Nas X, I like your album, but fuck you. Anyway, MGMT, Lil Dark Age, good album. My favorite is still Congratulations, but this is probably my second favorite MGMT album. I really like Me and Michael and When You Die. I don't know this one. Jack Stauber, never heard him, and I've never heard Bo N. So I've heard about half of these, I guess, and of those, half of them I know. Well, actually, none of them have I listened to. So, I mean, actually, Little Dark Age is the one I've heard by far the most out of everything on here. I have definitely listened to this album 50 to 100 times. The Dorian Electra one, there are certain songs I've listened to a lot from this album, but not the whole thing. Same goes for the Panic at the Disco album and Doggy Style. All of those are, and like Spirit Phone, it's really just Touchtone Telephone that I've heard more than anything else. Space Pony, I've also listened to a lot of times. But yeah, interesting taste. Definitely unique. Definitely still throwing me for a loop that it goes Doggy Style and then everything else that's in there. All right. The next one we got here is from Gonoblism, right? Is this the next super chat? No, it says Masiko Y. I sent you my 404 from Broccoli Sanchez. Did we already do this Gonoblism? Oh, we already did this one. Okay. Where's Broccoli Sanchez? Did you send it to my did you send it to me on like Discord or Masiko Y, where did you send me this on? Broccoli Sanchez. I know that wasn't porn, but it just looked like it. Okay, here we go. I guess I made it. Okay, Broccoli Sanchez, aka Masiko Y. All right. This is an interesting one. There's a lot of stuff that's like normal, and then a lot of stuff that's not normal, which I like. I appreciate that. It says to me that you like stuff because it's good, but also that you've seen a lot and you've really decided what you think is good, apart from like what is just, beloved by everybody. In terms of stuff that I also have on my favorites list, K-On! Yu Yu Hakusho is still my favorite long form shonen, probably. Fooly Cooly, you've all heard me talk about. Berserk. And then Gintama also. I haven't really talked about it a whole ton because I watched like 160 episodes before I started talking about anime on the internet as a career. I did write a couple of blog posts about it, but not like super in depth. There's one about comparing each member of my family and friends to a character from the show. That's kind of funny. But I haven't watched it since then, so I haven't been able to like say accurate thoughts about how I would feel about it now. Planetes or Planetes. I don't remember how you're supposed to pronounce the name of this show. I think it's Planetes. I've seen like 8 episodes of this, but it was so long ago I can't remember. And then I own the manga and I read that, and I remember thinking the manga was really fantastic. And for some reason, aside from the premise of this story, I can never remember what actually happens in it. So I'm definitely due for both a reread and a full completed viewing of the show, both of which I remember being very good. We kind of touched on Memories in another 3x3 earlier. Very good. Classic. So Ergo Proxy here is the first one. It's Planetes. Okay. Ergo Proxy is the first one that I have to like stand with some contention toward. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of Ergo Proxy, but I always appreciate when I see it on someone's favorites list. I'm like, it has that cult quality where like it's obviously going to be someone's favorite anime. Like you could just watch it once and you're like, I know this is someone's favorite anime. But if it's not your favorite anime, you probably are not going to like it at all. Like it's either going to be one of your favorites or you're like, I kind of hated that. And I think the reason is that the aesthetic is so attractive. Like just the artwork is so good. The main character is such a good character design. She's obviously just the singer of Evanescence. It's got the Radiohead song in it, and the awesome OP. It's got so much going for it. And the first episode is fucking beautiful. The first episode is so good, so well animated and directed. And then as it goes, it becomes more and more clear that like the plot doesn't matter. Like the show it's about philosophical musings and existentialism, and there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of lofty thinking, but like the show breaks itself down to a level of like ironic self-parody where you can't take the story seriously at all anymore. And you're like, why even was there a story? Why did this show bother having a story? Why was it just a bunch of philosophical nonsense? I agree. I wish it was half as long. Xana, I think there's probably a great 13 episode show in there, and it's 23 episodes, and it feels like a slog. It feels all over the place. The artwork looks different all the time. I don't know. Again, I think if you're just down, like if you like whatever it's throwing at you, you're gonna have a great time with this show. Like if you never bounce off of it the way I did, it only took like 4 episodes for me. Like I remember I bought this when this show came out. First of all, I just thought based on the way it looked that it was a Yoshitoshi Abe art. I was wrong. It's not him. I just assumed it was. But I saw volume 1 with the art. I bought volume 1 with the art box, like the box that is meant to house all 6 volumes. And I remember watching volume 1 and being like really excited based on the first episode to see like this chick go around with a shotgun and shoot stuff, like that's where I thought it was going to go. And then by episode 4, I had no idea where the show is going anymore. And I was just like, I don't really know if I'm going to like this. I never ended up buying more of it. I'm sure I sold the 1 volume in the art box eventually. And then, I finally did watch the rest of the show, and yeah, it did not click with me. It felt like I was forcing myself to watch it for most of it. Hikaru no Go, I read the first few volumes of this because of the fact that it published in Monthly Shonen Jump, the US version of Shonen Jump. And I remember at the time feeling like I needed to understand Go in order to watch the show. And then I met someone who's a Go player last year who taught me how to play Go, which is not a terribly complicated game, but I shouldn't say that. It is a terribly complicated game, but like the basics of it, like understanding how it's played, which I couldn't figure out just through, like, Shonen Jump would have guides to how to play it, and I would read it as a kid and literally just not understand. I'd be like, I don't get what you're trying to tell me. My friend explained the game for me, and she was like, is there any is this really the only anime about Go? And I was like, yep, this is the only one. So we watched like 5 episodes of it while playing Go. And like the show is not trying to portray Go like in a realistic way. Like it's always just portraying like ridiculously high play and kind of nonsensically and not really consistently. And they never really explain what the characters are doing. Like they explain on the level of like, oh, he's making an amazing move, or oh, he's really putting pressure on him, but they never explain how they are doing that. They just explain that they are doing it. So it doesn't really end up giving you like that feeling of watching exciting Go play. It's just kind of like a clusterfuck of Go, and they're telling you what it means, So yeah, my friend who was into Go was not terribly impressed with the show. I enjoy it on the just like sports anime level. The characters are really cute. Honestly, the main appeal of this is these two boys are so incredibly easy to ship. Like, this is the same artist as, the same writer as Death Note, not the same artist. The same writer as Death Note. And a lot of that same, like, they're rivals, but obviously they would also fuck energy that, Light and L have is even more present here. These two are as gay as they could come off, especially because he's got like this dainty feminine ghost man haunting him all the time. Yeah, so I like this just for the gayness of it, but I don't think I could see watching all of it necessarily. G Gundam. This is the show that really not introduced me to Gundam, but made me like Gundam, because back in the 2000s when Adult Swim first started, they originally had 0080 War in the Pocket, which what little glimpses of that I caught on TV, I didn't understand at all. I just could not parse what was happening, which is probably for the best. It's very depressing. And then they started running Original Gundam after they'd run that a couple of times, and I didn't really grasp that either. I had seen a few episodes of Gundam Wing, but I could never really figure out what the fuck was going on. Like, Gundam just always seemed really confusing if you weren't watching it from the beginning. And even then, when they played Original Gundam and they started from episode 1, the dub is so horrendously annoying. Even as a kid who was, who didn't watch subtitles, who had never tried to watch subtitles, a kid who only watched dub shows, I thought the dub of that show was so fucking obnoxious, I could not sit through it. So, yeah, that kind of ruined Gundam for me for a while. And then, for like a year, Cartoon Network had this block of action shows that they would run leading up to Adult Swim on Saturday nights. And during that block of shows, they ran G Gundam, and that was the first one that was like on my level, like not so political and so like lofty that it's hard to follow. It's like a dumb, cheesy adventure story with big robots in it that all like stereotypically symbolize a different country. So like each mech has a totally distinct personality. Like it is a toy show. It is a children's toy show. It was the start of Gundam becoming a children's toy show because it was the first alternate century Gundam actually created. We got Wing Gundam first here in the US because it was more popular. But G Gundam's the one that actually sold me on it, got me into the franchise, got me and my brother collecting Gundams. And then, eventually, I had also seen Char's Counterattack just because my cousin had bought it on DVD. And I didn't comprehend that movie, but I thought it was really badass because lots of shit explodes in that movie. But G Gundam actually got me into Gundam. And then what was the first one I watched later? I guess Zeta. Like I watched the first 5 episodes of Zeta, and that was what made me realize that Gundam like is good. Like, you know, original Gundam outside of the fun, wacky G Gundam. Like, no, Universal Century Gundam is good. 0080, you know, watching that as an adult, wow, amazing show. Gundam is good. Watching the original show as an adult, wow, amazing show. Gundam is good. So I would highly recommend watching more. I mean, if you love G Gundam so much, I don't know if you love it in spite of Gundam or for what makes it different, but if you just haven't maybe seen other Gundams, I would highly recommend checking out more Gundam if you're a G Gundam fan. I'm not sure which Lupin the Third this is here. I assume this is Castle of Cagliostro because it's green shirt Lupin. He only wears a green shirt in the movie, right? Or maybe he does in the original TV show, but nobody cares about that. Castle of Cagliostro is really good. There's an amazing video by YouTuber Bread Sword about the movie. Well, that was weird. I would highly recommend anybody who likes Lupin the Third at all to watch this 2-hour video about the Castle of Cagliostro being a perfect movie. He, in the process, I don't know this person's gender, in the process of describing this movie, they also describe the entire Lupin franchise and basically overview all of it. So I know it's disguised as a Castle of Cagliostro movie, but it's really, truly a comprehensive love letter to Lupin the Third from somebody who really, really likes Lupin the Third. So it's very, very good. And it's the only video I think I've actually... No, I guess I watched this Gurren Lagann and Howl's Moving Castle video too. Yeah. You should be subscribed to this channel if you're not. Yuri, I understand liking this show. I could never get into it. I don't know why the humor didn't click with me. It seemed like it should have been my thing, but there was a few shows like this. Everybody I knew in like the late 2000s who was into like cute girl comedies, they were always into like Yuri and Tantei Opera Milky Holmes, and I feel like there was a Yu Yushiki. Like those are all shows that for some reason they never clicked with me, even though everybody else who liked cute girl comedies was like, this show is hilarious. I don't know why. Barefoot Gen, heartbreaking, disastrously brutal film, but necessary viewing. Whether this is a movie you'll particularly like or not, I would highly recommend seeing it because it's maybe the most real-ass take on the atomic bombing of Japan that you're ever going to see, without having to, you know, watch real people die. Kino's Journey, classic introspective adventure series. I've kind of modeled my entire life after this show, you know, never staying in one place for more than 3 days, looking androgynous, talking to my motorcycle, you know, modeled my whole life. Anyway, Monster, I kind of fucking hate Monster. I've only seen 15 episodes out of the 75 that there are, but I have not been entertained by it. The only moment I liked in this show is the scene where his ex-wife tries to hook back up with him and he just like walks out of the diner. All the scenes with her after that have also been pretty funny. She's the only character I like in Monster, and otherwise I cannot get into it. It's boring and it sucks. Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi. I've been meaning to actually finish this show for ages. This is another one where like 2003, my cousin had the first DVD and I remember watching it. And this was one where like, I was very intrigued by the Fooly Cooly-esque, like crazy, wacky animation and everything, but it was like too raunchy for me as a kid, like a little too much for me to feel like it was my type of show at a time before when I was like afraid of sexual content, you know, in any context. So I would love to rewatch it now. Obviously, I don't have the same hangups. This is a show that might resonate with me more than it did before. And then finally Berserk. I already mentioned I like Berserk. Yeah, Berserk's great. Berserk's a classic. We did it, gang. Once again, Broccoli Sanchez. Thank you. That was a good one. And now we've got a super chat from Cosmic Blue for $9 that says Zayuki Village Studio. It's a pilot with no sound by Yusuke Murata. Ooh, that's the One Punch Man Eye Shield 21 artist guy, right? Zayuki. Oh yeah, this looks like it's gonna be fucking dank. 6 months ago. All right, this is gonna be awesome. No sound though, huh? Like at all? Is there subtitles? No. Whatever. Kappas. Oh, look at them all hanging out. Jinsei, something about life. I sure can't read it, but it's a fun time. They're having fucking Kappa throwings. You better eat your fucking cucumbers, little boy. Hold on. I want to know if there's a subtitled version of this. So at the very least, I'd like to know what the fuck they're saying. Or what the text is saying, I mean. Doesn't seem like there is on here. I don't think there's subs. Whatever. We'll just watch it all, I guess. I want to see all these fucking Kappas hanging out again. Look at them go. Look at that fucking... Hold on. Let me go back. The titties on this one right here. Damn. Okay, let's get back to where we were. He's very determined to do something. He says, oh! Looks like he won a lottery of some sort. Omedetou gozaimasu. Ichiban something, yeah. Mara something ni something. Zayuki. All right, let's go. All right, he's going to fucking... He's heading to Brazil. He's humble, he's chill, he's heading to Brazil. He's got money in the bank. He's a really big deal. Lives a rockstar life. A lifestar life? A rockstar life in his house in the hills. He's a really big deal when he goes to Brazil. Bang, 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 bang. What if I just provide a soundtrack to this? Because it feels really weird sitting in silence looking at it. So let's go find something that maybe we can listen to. I should use more Louis Zhang. Is that a song? I should use more of this. This is a great artist and musician whose work surely is not content protected. So I should probably use it more often. This fits shockingly well. All right, so we got Goku protecting the Kappa. It seems to just literally be Goku, like actually Super Saiyan Goku. Wow, she's hot. God damn, the tan lines. Whoo! God damn! Mama, say, knock you out. That's the hottest anime character I've seen in... ever? I can't remember. My mind's been bleached out of anything else. Jesus Christ, she is hot. Holy fucking shit. The tan lines are really like sending me. Oh right, this is the One Punch Man artist. Of course that he could draw the hottest woman I've ever seen in my life. Holy fucking shit. Every second that she's on screen is one of the best pieces of animation I've ever seen. Oh my god. She's got the Yoko tit flap going on. I don't think she's supposed to be a full fur. I think she's just dark skinned, or very tan rather, not even dark skinned. My god, she's so hot. It's kind of funny that the music slowed down during the big action scene. Let's skip ahead to maybe a more exciting song for this bit. Yeah, this sounds right. Go back a little bit. Yeah, get him. She is literally just Yoko from Gurren Lagann. They were like, Yoko's maybe the hottest chick ever created. What can we do to make her hotter? Let's see. Tan lines, cat ears. Yeah, that's all we can come up with. Give her a leather jacket like Motoko Kusanagi, the other hottest anime character. They did it. We dreamed of creating the world's hottest anime babe, and we succeeded. I understand why this doesn't have sound. Like after you'd already drawn this, you'd be like, "Well, we did it, gang. We solved anime. No further, nothing further needed." I keep having to remind my brain that this music is not a part of the animation, so that if it like doesn't fit for a second, I'm not like, why did they use this song? Oh right, they didn't. I'm playing the song. How tall do you think that girl is? She's got to be like 6 feet tall, right? I mean, I know this is anime where everyone looks taller than they are, but she looked tall. This is my wishful thinking, of course. And yes, Ellen is onto something. The secret to animation, to save on animation, is to add boobs to everything. Because it's not necessarily that hard to animate boobs. But it adds so much entertainment value to make them move a little bit. So yeah, this has been entertaining. I would say I mean, it's hard to say without knowing what all the text says, if like that would add a lot to it or if that would subtract from it. Like overall, this is like a solid, like strong 7, you know, but her character design is an 11 out of 10. Absolute perfection. No notes. Everything else they showed me, I could have completely forgotten it ever happened. I probably will. I will just remember this as the anime that has the hottest anime girl I've ever seen in it. Well, that was cool. I'm glad I got to learn about the hottest anime girl ever. I would feel like I missed out if I never knew. But now I know, and I know most people don't know, so I feel like I've got something up on everybody else. Like, aha, y'all don't even know. I don't even know about the hottest anime girl ever. Amy has sent me a chart of a combination of literally me and God, I wish that were me. Yeah, see, I get this. So we've got Frieren, of course. Kanbaru's. I don't even wish I was Kanbaru. I just wish she was my best friend. Like I would probably become more like her if I hung out with her, you know. But if this was my best friend, I would never ask for anything else. I remember her being cool, but honestly, I barely remember what she's actually like. I probably blocked her out. Probably blocked it out because, you know, Chainsaw Man. I don't know this girl. She looks cool. I don't know this girl. She looks cool. She's also from Chainsaw Man, right? I don't know this girl. It's Foss. Oh, I hope Foss isn't literally you. This is the character you would regret to realize is literally you. I guess she's actually pretty similar to Chitose from Girlish Number. I would say this is like another fail girl archetype for sure. And I don't know this girl at all either. She looks fucking adorable though. I would definitely watch this on the basis of this design. Middle left is Adachi. She is a gay schoolgirl. That's cool. Center character is Mizuho from Sunny Boy. Middle right is Togata from Fire Punch. Bottom left is Watase Kiwi from Jellyfish. Bottom right is Kanon Hisui from Loser Ranger. I see. That makes me want to read Loser Ranger just to see this character. She looks fucking adorable and awesome. I'm guessing this progresses from gosh, I wish it was me down to like a lower level of like, this is who I regret to figure out I am. And this is who I aspire to be. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I've been sent this 3x3 by Dapis, but I don't remember being sent any money by Dapis to review a 3x3. Maybe it's in my other stuff. Maybe it's in my Cash App or Venmo. Or maybe they're just trying to sneak one by. We'll find out. I don't see any money in my Cash App or Venmo. Is this in response to something? No, it's just at me. Dapis, nobody gets them for free. I actually don't know if you're even here. I don't see anybody named Dapis in the chat, so I don't know how this happened. I don't know how this came about. Maybe they haven't finished typing the super chat yet. This was 24 minutes ago, though. Wait, maybe there was a super chat 24. Let me go all the way back to 24 minutes ago. No, I see Mochi Pone. I see Broccoli Sanchez. Centipedes anime stuff. Yeah, no. Okay. Dev says, Lamau, I posted that in case I felt like asking for 4x4 based recommendations. I see. I tried making one of these character things, but it just made me depressed. Yeah, that could happen. I could easily see how that could happen. I've put a lot of thought into this stuff, is why it was so easy for me to do this. Like, you know, I spent a long time thinking there were not any characters I could really relate to because I wouldn't allow myself to project onto female characters. And so it was like basically just Madarame from Genshiken, and that's it. And then once I tore down that barrier, I started really analyzing, well, okay, like actually most of the anime characters that have a personality are girls. Usually the main character is just like a nothing burger guy and surrounded by girls who actually have a personality. So it's kind of like you're only really supposed to project onto the girl characters for the most part, unless you are yourself just a nothing burger person, I guess. So then, you know, of course, when I actually put together the list of characters I relate to, they're all women. Granted, it's not like they're all written by women or anything like that. It's just that there's never been guy characters I really related to in anything I watched. That was part of the difficulty I had with it for so long. It's just like, man, I really cannot find characters who remind me of myself. Except for Shiki, because Shiki also has a boy personality. So Shiki got a pass. This beat goes off. What is this one? Don't say that. Yeah. Shit. Yo. What should I wrap to this? Yeah. Low key, I was born in Danny Brown's coat key, molded in Peggy's nursery, and I'm already like 33. Murder me, heard of me, Trixie the goalie witch, psycho, tranny bitch on the flow switch, snitch, cold killer, not a blow dealer, but a flow stealer and a real troll. I can run the world from my daddy's home. I can own the land without a deed to own. I can't be the man, but I could be the goat. I can't be the man, but I could be the goat. Hey. That's probably going to be a feature verse at some point. Next time somebody needs a feature from me. You want to say you're like Kino, but who are you kidding, lol? Well, I don't know. I guess, in what ways do you think you are like Kino? I feel like Kino in certain ways, but I don't think I'm as low-key as she... Well, I don't know. I feel like I'm a lot more like Kino in person than I am in my internet persona, but because I spend more time in my internet persona these days, I'm more leaning towards characters that do have interactions with people than ones who are sort of solitary. Let's see. Who do I act the most like on live stream? Obviously Beatrice, because I'm always trying to psychologically torture everybody. And then Diesel. because I'm always like writing and shit. And maybe a little bit of Nobuo. So yeah, I would say that my internet personality is like Nobuo Ito is like Acid Girl, Beatrice is like the Golden Witch, and Diesel is like me, a normal human who just writes things. Maybe there's a little bit of Ed in there too, you know. When the kookiness comes out. Where did I put the live stream? Where can I see the chat? There we go. All right, well, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I'm not seeing any new super chats. Bird still has never woken up. He came home at like 2:30 and fell asleep. And I'm pretty sure he's got the day off tomorrow, so he'll probably just wake up at like, I don't know, 2 a.m. or something and then be up. I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know what the day is going to be like today. Maybe he'll sleep for 16 hours like an Abra. Yeah. Ellen, you can absolutely send your stuff along if you want. You have attachment problems? Well, then you can't be like Kino. She always dismisses all attachments. Unless you mean you have a problem getting attached, like you can't get attached, then you're just like Kino. Kino is definitely non-binary or agender. Or so, like, I think she has a line to the effect of like, "I don't care," like, you know. All right, everybody. It's time for bed. As soon as this song is done. Play me out, Louis. Maybe I'll see you all tomorrow. Probably. Maybe not, though. Who knows? All right. Later.